Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take the seat. The session will be starting. Kindly take the seat. Dear delegates, thank you. Once again, please take your seat. Good morning, dear delegates. Before starting, there is a security announcement.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would just kindly request your attention for a few moments in order to give you the safety security instructions as well as the health safety instructions arising from the pandemic on behalf of the Fire Safety Department. Welcome to UNESCO headquarters. We're here to make sure you are safe and that the meeting goes smoothly. If a general evacuation of the building is required, you will hear a siren and an alert message. You will then have to leave the room calmly through the emergency exits situated behind you to my left and my right. In order to facilitate the evacuation, we would ask you not to obstruct movement around the building regarding health safety. Given the pandemic situation, we strongly advise that you wear a face mask in the room and to comply with barrier gestures, including when you are outside the meeting room. I would also inform you that masks and sanitizing gel are available in the room clerks booth to my right. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a good meeting.
Excellencies, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to open the 9th session of the General Assembly of the State Parties to the 2003 Convention. As you can see, I'm not Tim Curtis, I'm not the Secretariat, but he's ill, so I will have to jump in and to make as best as I can to navigate during these 3 days with the help of all the secretariats. Thank you. So, following an unprecedented 2 years since the outbreak of the pandemic, I'm glad that we are able to meet once again in person to discuss issues of critical importance to the future development of this convention. The delegates present here today come from all corners of the world. Your presence and support for this General Assembly shows your commitment to the 2003 Convention, and allow me also to extend a warm welcome to Somalia and Angola, who have joined the Convention since the last session of the General Assembly 2 years ago. It has been a busy year for the Convention. Since the beginning of this year, we have organized 12 statutory meetings. These would not have been possible without the commitment and cooperation of our governing bodies to ensure that the Convention continues to respond to evolving demands.
The 9th session of the General Assembly may in every respect be considered as the completion of this work, since we are reaching the end of several major items. We're going to consider the revisions submitted for the operational guidelines as part of the overall analysis of the inscription mechanisms on the convention list, which were launched by the committee in 2018. We'll also complete the discussions on the rules of procedure after discussions over several sessions in order to establish better synergies between the culture conventions. the accreditation of non-governmental organisations and the use of the resources of the fund for safeguarding the intangible heritage are other important items. This session will therefore be very important because we will be bringing together the results of our shared work. The decisions that you will take here will have a direct impact on the way that intangible cultural heritage is safeguarded at national and international levels, as well as for the communities on the ground.
En el centro de esta convención, las propuestas de reforma de los mecanismos de las listas que debatiremos durante esta reunión están encaminadas a reforzar y garantizar su participación, dado que nos enfrentamos a retos sin precedentes a escala mundial. Desde la actual pandemia hasta la amenaza del cambio climático, es aún más necesario garantizar que las políticas culturales asuman enfoques inclusivos, sostenibles y basados en las comunidades. La Convención de 2003, en este sentido, ha sido líder en el tema. Se ha convertido en una referencia clave para sus estados en el diseño de políticas públicas y legislaciones que reconocen la importancia del patrimonio vivo para el desarrollo sostenible y la necesidad de enfoques comunitarios para su salvaguardia. Al mirar hacia Mondiacult 2022, la Conferencia Mundial sobre Políticas Culturales y Desarrollo Sostenible, podemos ver el impacto de esta convención en el número de políticas culturales que reconocen el papel que el patrimonio vivo desempeña en la construcción de sociedades más justas.
Forgive me, this is the English channel, I hope you can hear me. For the role that living heritage can play in building more resilient and sustainable societies. The year 2023 will mark the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the 2003 Convention. This is a significant turning point in the life of the Convention. As we take stock of the Convention and how it's progressed over the last 2 years, we can rest assured that it continues to evolve to meet the needs of its stakeholders. We do see this with the reflection on the listing mechanism or the reform of the periodic convention, the periodic reporting mechanism, which has already yielded promising results. And the convention is also expanding into new areas with thematic work commenced on the relationship between living heritage and climate change, urban context and commercialization.
Intangible cultural heritage and the importance for communities, and what they attach to its continued practice and expression. Throughout this period, the statutory mechanism and key operational initiative of the Convention continued without interruption. This showed that the statutory structures in place are both robust and flexible. This could not have been possible without your engagement to ensure that this Convention remains relevant to current and future generations. In the spirit of togetherness and solidarity, I really wish fruitful deliberation during these 3 days. So now, without any further, we will start the General Assembly. But before you move to the first business on the agenda, let me ask Fumiko to give you some practical information on the session. Please, Fumiko.
Thank you, and welcome to you all. For this meeting, we have interpretation in the 6 working languages of the General Assembly. Please note that the debates are all videocast and audiocast also in 6 languages through the webpage of the Convention. All documents are online and available, once again, in the 6 working languages. And for environmental reasons and in order to reduce costs, printed copies of the documents are not provided. Participants can download these documents to their computers from the dedicated website that is shown on the screens. All participants are requested to register. Please wear your badge to get access to this room, room 1. Those who have not yet presented themselves at the registration desk to receive their badge, please do so at the southern entrance of the building on the ground floor. The provisional list of participants is available online. Participants are invited to verify the information online and inform the Secretariat of errors, if any. Wi-Fi comes automatically when you select the network connection called HQ air pub as indicated on the screen, then you may log in using the username HQ-air and then password UNESCO. Coffee machines are available on the ground floor and at the cafeteria located on the 7th floor. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic is still with us. In line with the latest UNESCO policy, you are strongly encouraged to wear a mask throughout the session as well as in public areas outside of room 1, unless when taking the floor. Extra masks are made available at your disposal at the Secretariat to my right. Then I have several announcements to make about side events. I would like to say that Secretariat of the Convention has planned several special events during the session, and they are indicated in the calendar of events that is made available through the webpage of the Convention. Exhibition on the UNESCO MOOC on Living Heritage and Sustainable Development, prepared with the generous support of the Cultural Heritage Administration of the Republic of Korea. Projection of Dive into Living Heritage, also in the foyer. And also there will be a side event on presentation of the toolkit for requesting international assistance from the ICH Fund. That will take place tomorrow, Wednesday, 6 July, from 2 to 3 in the afternoon in room 9. States parties and NGO Forum are also organizing events, and they are included in the calendar of side events, once again published through the website of the Convention. I thank you.
Thank you, Fumiko. So if there is no request for the floor for comments or clarification, we can move on. Very well. So I declare open the 9th session of the General Assembly of the States Party to the 2003 Convention.
So now, with your leave, let us now turn to the second item on our agenda, which is the election of the Bureau. And I invite the Secretariat to give us some information on this. So, Fumiko, over to you.
Thank you, ADG. Article 3 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly states that the Assembly shall elect a chairperson, vice chairpersons, and a rapporteur. The chairperson and rapporteur are elected in their individual capacity, while states are elected as vice chairpersons. The list of the members of the Bureau of the previous sessions of the Assembly is annexed to the document 2. And although the rules do not require it, the custom has always been to ensure that each of the 6 electoral groups is represented in the Bureau in the Convention spirit of equitable geographical representation. I would like to reassure you that the duty of rapporteur is important, but perhaps not too burdensome. The rapporteur is asked to verify that the resolutions adopted by the General Assembly are faithfully recorded by the Secretariat. Each night, the Secretariat finalizes the text of the resolution that have been adopted in the course of the day. Then the rapporteur is then asked to double-check those resolutions against his or her own notes to ensure that they faithfully reflect your deliberation. There is no need to provide an oral report. Thank you, ADG.
Merci.
Thank you, Fumiko. I understood that consultations are underway between the states parties to the convention. So, first of all, I would call on the states parties to submit their proposals regarding the election of a president.
Ambassador Oiki from Japan.
Thank you very much, Mr. ADG, and good morning to my colleagues. I would like to propose Her Excellency Ambassador of the Philippines, Madame Geneva Mahiram West, as chairperson for this General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Donc, si on est tous d'accord,
So if everybody agrees, I wish to congratulate you on your election as chairperson of the 9th session of the General Assembly of the States Parties to the Convention. And may I ask you to join us on the podium, please?
OK.
Good morning to everyone. First of all, let me thank you for honoring me with your trust as chairperson of the 9th session of the General Assembly. I will do my best to make this session a success and to earn the trust you have placed in me. We now continue with the election of the vice chairpersons. The vice chairpersons will be asked to replace me if I am unavailable at any time, and they shall assist me every morning in our bureau meeting with adjusting our work schedule if necessary. Do we have proposals from the floor? I give the floor to Andorra.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Congratulations on your election. Andorra, as the chairperson of Group 1, submits the candidacy of Belgium as vice chair.
I now give the floor to Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. On behalf of the Africa Group, we propose Madagascar. The Africa Group met and agreed on Madagascar as serving vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. And now we go on to Estonia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your election. On behalf of Electoral Group 2, Estonia would like to propose Croatia as a vice chair of the Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Congratulations on your election. The Arab Group 5B proposes the ambassador of the Syrian Arab Republic as vice chairperson for 5B.
Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your election. As head of Group 3, the GRULAC countries, we would like to nominate Venezuela as vice chair representing our group on the board. Thank you.
To Botswana. Can we now elect the vice chairpersons proposed by acclamation? Congratulations to all, and I look forward to working with the vice chairpersons. Now it is the turn to elect the rapporteur. Is there a proposal? I give the floor to Paraguay.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like to nominate Ms. Daniela Rodriguez Uribe from Colombia for rapporteur.
Ms. Daniela Rodriguez Uribe from Colombia as our rapporteur by acclamation. Congratulations to all. Let us now formalize the election of the Bureau. Can I ask the General Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.GA2 as displayed on the screen? We share. No.
Belongs to you.
Oh. I see no objections. I declare Resolution 9.GA2 adopted. I take this opportunity to inform you that the Bureau of the General Assembly shall meet every morning during the term of this Assembly at 9:30 a.m. in room 4, which is located in the basement of the Fontenoy building. Bureau meetings will be held in English and French. Observers are welcome to join. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction, please. 9:30 a.m. in room 6. Sorry. We now move on to item 3, which is adoption of the agenda. Mr. ADG, the floor is yours to present this item to us.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. So, all the working documents were made available online in 3 batches through the website of the convention in 6 languages. Participants can download these documents to their computers from the dedicated website, that's ich.unesco.org/en/9GA. For this session, there are 15 items inscribed on the provisional agenda. As soon as the agenda is adopted, this General Assembly will be asked to examine item 4 on the distribution of seats in the committee per electoral group. After that, there will be 2 types of report to examine. Item 5, report by the committee to the General Assembly, and item 6, the report by the Secretariat. While is it not an agenda item, you will then receive an oral report from the ICH NGO Forum. Then under item 7, the Assembly will examine accredited of non-governmental organization to act in an advisory capacity to the committee. The Assembly will then open item 11 related to the election of the Intergovernmental Committee and then suspend suspended so that the voting can take place during the lunch break on Wednesday, on the 6th July. These were followed by item 8, endorsement of the procedure followed for the inscription of Jumu soup submitted by Haiti on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. You will then move on to examine item 9, the global reflection on the listing mechanism of the Convention and propose revision to the operational directives. The Assembly will next examine item 10, use of the resources of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund. Then item 11 will be reopened to formalize the election results before proceeding to examine proposed revision to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly under item 12. The Assembly will then examine item 13, which relates to a proposal for the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Convention in 2023, before discussing other business under item 14, if there is any. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, ADG. Let us be reminded that the Bureau will adjust the provisional timetable every morning as appropriate, and therefore we need to take decisions on the items of the agenda, but not the sequence. Are there any questions or comments on the provisional agenda? I see none. Can I ask the General Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.G83 as shown on the screens? Thank you. I hereby declare Resolution 9.G83 adopted. Before turning to the substance of our work, let me explain how I intend to conduct our debates. During the debate, I will give the floor to the states parties in the order in which they raise their nameplates. In the meantime, I expect the Secretariat to help me identify nameplates in every corner of this room. As for the debate, I will try to give priority to those who have not yet spoken and would like to encourage you as much as possible to not take the floor more than twice at one point if possible. On one point if possible. I kindly ask that you do your best to limit your interventions to 2 minutes. I understand that a timer is at our disposition, and I will use it if needed. We also have invited observers, states not party to the convention, intergovernmental organizations, and non-governmental organizations who have been invited to our meeting. In our general discussions, they may request the floor, and I will decide if time permits to accord it. However, it is important to remember that in the discussion of a specific resolution, observers cannot speak, only states parties can. As you know, our working documents are available in 6 languages, and you can express yourselves in any of these languages during the meeting. However, we have screens in English and French only for the adoption of resolutions. I'd like to remind you that under Article 11 of the Rules of Procedure, any significant change that you want to propose should be provided to the Secretariat in writing. If you can provide proposed changes in French or English, it would greatly facilitate our work. Please bear in mind that the sooner these changes reach the Secretariat, the better, as this will allow the Secretariat to distribute those in advance in accordance with Article 11.2. It will also allow time to integrate those changes and to prepare a translation into the second language, and be ready to show them on screen when you examine the relevant item. We will not be able to edit the Arabic, Chinese, Russian, and Spanish texts on screen. Printed copies of amendment forms are available at the Secretariat upon request. The form is also available on the 9-Point-GA webpage. You can send your proposed draft amendments by email to It's on the screen. Your cooperation in this regard can contribute greatly to our work and enable us to move efficiently. Do you have questions about this way of working? If not, we will move on to our next item. So this one. This one. Oh, okay. There's. Let us now move on to item 4, distribution of seats in the committee per electoral group. As the title of the item suggests, we have to decide on the distribution of seats in the committee by electoral group. This must be determined before we proceed to item 11 on the agenda, which is the election of members of the committee. Mr. ADG, the floor is yours to present this item to us.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Por favor.
Could you kindly examine document LHE/22/9.GA/4rev. Thank you very much, Fumiko, for your help. So, Madam Chair, I'll be handing over to my colleague so that we can have some technical information about this. With your leave, Madam. Over to Fumiko.
Thank you, ADG. So the proposed distribution of seats is the result of applying a provision of the Convention, a rule of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, and also a resolution of the General Assembly. First of all, the Article 6.1 of the Convention provides that elections of states members of the committee shall obey the principles of equitable geographic representation and rotation. Rule 13.2 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly provides that seats shall be distributed at each session in proportion to the number of state parties from each group, provided that after such distribution, at least 3 seats have been attributed to each group. Resolution 3.GA12 of the General Assembly says the principle of proportionality shall be rigorously applied to future elections strictly on the basis of mathematical calculations. So the paragraph 4 of document 4 establishes the distribution of seats on the basis of mathematical calculations based on 180 states parties at the time of the election. Allow me to go through how we proceeded with that calculation. So first of all, minimum number of 3 seats was attributed to electoral group 5B, pursuant to Rule 13.2 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. Then the 21 remaining seats were apportioned to the 5 remaining groups, beginning with the group with the highest decimal fraction, which was electoral group 5A, to which 6 seats are distributed. That means the 15 seats left are distributed amongst groups 1, 2, 3, and 4. The distribution continues with a group with the second highest decimal fraction, that is group 4, to which 5 seats were attributed, leaving 3 seats for group 1, 3 seats for group 2, and 4 seats for group 3. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, Fumiko.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. Madam Chair, the distribution has not changed compared to the distribution adopted at the previous session of the GA, despite the increase in the number of states parties to the convention, with two new ratifications, Somalia and Angola. And this is because the 2003 convention is reaching near universal ratification. With 180 states parties now having ratified, the distribution is already reflecting the final distribution of seats when the number of ratifications will have reached 193 with all member states of UNESCO, if we do indeed reach that, which means that in theory it's going to stabilize from now, and so the percentages that are currently there are going to change very little going forward. I do hope that this explanation has been sufficiently clear. Madam Chair, I hand back to you.
Thank you, ADG. The floor is open should anybody wish to take the floor. I see none. Let us move on to the draft resolution. Please refer to document 4 and its draft resolution, which is on screen. May I ask the Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.GA4 as a whole, as shown on the screens? Seeing no objections, I therefore declare Resolution 9.GA4 adopted. So now we are item 5. Thank you. And we move on now to item 5, report by the committee to the General Assembly covering the period January 2020 to December 2021. Allow me to start this item with first expressing our sincere gratitude to the chairpersons of the 15th and 16th sessions of the committee, Her Excellency Ms. Olivia Grange from Jamaica, and Mr. Punchililame Megaswate from Sri Lanka for their able stewardship, which allowed the committee to realize important accomplishments. To our regret, however, both chairpersons cannot be with us today. I am therefore asking the ADG to present the report on their behalf. Before handing the floor over to the ADG, I would like to invite Ms. Joanne Archibald, Principal Director, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport of Jamaica, and Her Excellency, to be followed by Her Excellency Ms. Shanika Hirimburigama, Ambassador of Sri Lanka to UNESCO, to say a few words. Ms. Joanne Archibald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations on your elections, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Jamaica wishes to thank UNESCO for its continued work to safeguard the world's intangible cultural heritage, a mandate made increasingly difficult as we continue to navigate the global COVID-19 pandemic. Jamaica also seeks to acknowledge UNESCO and express its gratitude to our colleague delegations who supported our bid to host the 15th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage and worked in an expert and tireless way to see to its success. Madam President, that body met using, for the first time, a fully online modality from the 14th to 18th December 2020. This was a distinct honor for Jamaica's Minister Grange as chair. We regret that we could not have greeted you with our One Love brand of hospitality, but we welcomed the opportunities to have shared our reggae music in our pioneering reggae chill moments during breaks of the meeting. Madam President, we are happy to report that 142 countries registered for 15.com, with 800 direct participants and a number in excess of 2,500 persons followed the meeting virtually. Together, through the virtual medium, committee members inscribed 3 elements on the list of the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding, and 29 elements on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The committee also added 3 programs to the register of good safeguarding practices. The tremendous work and support of the Secretariat cannot be overstated. To them, we express our admiration, appreciation, and continued wish for success in executing against the mission. As Jamaica completes its tenure on the Intergovernmental Committee, we wish to again register our gratitude for the fellowship shown to us and the space prepared for us to represent the many voices of the group of Latin America and Caribbean state parties, as well as those from small island developing states and those from the rest of the world. Jamaica pledges its unwavering support to furthering the objectives of the Convention. Jamaica implores this body to use its energies to become increasingly more creative and responsive to the needs of all state parties and to the dangers to our common heritage posed by global warming and the other man-made threats. In this regard, we congratulate UNESCO on its emergency procedure followed for the inscription of Je me soup, submitted by Haiti, on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and more recently, the inscription of the Ukrainian borscht, the beet-based soup, as part of Ukraine's intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Madam President, there will always be challenges to the work that we do, but fundamental to our common mission is the practice of promoting peace in the hearts of all people. Indeed, Madam President, we are, in the words of our Rastafarian prophet and poet Bob Marley, all of one heart, a message which we believe resonates with all of us and will continue to guide the work of this committee. We commend the excellent work of the Bureau and wish this noble organization every success. We thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joanne Archibald. Even though we were not able to convene the 15th session of the committee in Jamaica, the colors and sounds of your vibrant country were transmitted through the reggae chill moments that the participants could enjoy. These are still vivid memories in our minds. And now I give the floor to Madam Ambassador of Sri Lanka. Please go ahead.
Good morning. First of all, let me congratulate on behalf of Sri Lanka for being elected, you, Madam, as the President. Madam Chair, members of the Bureau, Excellencies, Mr. Ernest Otheno, the Assistant Director, Culture, Mr. Tim Curtis, ladies and gentlemen. Sri Lanka feels very proud to have been given the opportunity to serve as a member of the Intergovernmental Committee for the 4-year term that ends today. During the past 4 years, as a committee member, our delegation had the opportunity to work very closely with a large number of wonderful and knowledgeable persons who were ADG Culture, Secretary, and staff of the Secretariat, delegates, experts, Bureau members, members of the evaluation body, observers of the state parties and NGOs in dealing with some of the complex issues that were debated at the committee meetings. We fondly remember the support extended by Mr. Ernest Onteno, the Assistant Director Culture, Mr. Tim Curtis, the Secretariat, and their colleagues. If not for the pandemic, we would have welcomed you all last year to our most beautiful island. As an outgoing committee member, Sri Lanka wishes to thank ADG, Secretary, and the staff of the UNESCO office, all members of the committee and delegates of all state parties for the support and kindness extended to us during the past 4 years of our term in the committee. Sri Lanka, as the chair of the 16th Intergovernmental Meeting of ICH, the support given by Mr. Onteno, Mr. Tim Curtis, and the Secretary of the ICH, especially at the inauguration and throughout the session, is very well appreciated. Finally, I wish good luck to the new committee members who would be elected tomorrow for the next 4-year term. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to extend our open invitation to you all to visit Sri Lanka and enjoy our fabulous cultural heritage, rich biodiversity, sandy beaches, unique culinary traditions, world-famous Ceylon tea, and the warm hospitality of our friendly people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. We regret not having had the opportunity to travel to your beautiful country for the 16th session of the committee. We were deeply touched by the blessing of the lighting of the oil lamp ceremony that you brought to us for the opening of the 16th session. ADG, the floor is now yours to present this next item to us.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Please refer to document 5. In accordance with Article 30.1 of the Convention, the working document for this item contains a report on the activities and decisions taken by the Committee and its Bureau during its 15th session in 2020 and its 16th session in 2021. The reporting period is from January 2020 to December 2021. Once approved by the General Assembly, the report will be presented at the next 42nd session of the General Conference of the UNESCO, which will take place in 2023. It has been an unprecedented time for the committee as both sessions were held online as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. This required major adjustment, rescheduling meetings, postponing statutory deadline, and adapting meeting content to online format. Despite these challenges, the work of the committee and the sound governance of the convention were assured. While document 5 provides a full list of all the activities and decisions taken by the committee and its bureau from January 2020 to December 2021, I would like to highlight some of the key achievements. First, it is encouraging to see that the Convention continues to grow, with the ratification of the 2 new state parties, Angola and Somalia, bringing, as I mentioned before, the total number of state parties to 180. The reporting period was also marked by the successful implementation of the first regional reporting cycle for the periodic reporting mechanism, which has been reformed in alignment with the overall result framework and on the basis of a regional cycle of reporting. The new system has already demonstrated a greatly improved submission rate. In 2021, 87% of reports were submitted from the Latin America and the Caribbean region. It means that 28 reports submitted out of total of 32 expected. These reports were examined by the committee at its 16th session. For Europe, the situation is equally encouraging, as the submission rate for the reports received at the end of last year was at 95%.
The committee also examined recommendations from the open-ended intergovernmental working group As part of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms for the Convention, which are presented at this session of the GA as proposed revisions to the operational directives. At its 16th session, the committee also examined with much interest the main findings and recommendations resulting from the 2021 evaluation of UNESCO's action in the framework of the Convention conducted by IOS. And at the same time, the committee continued to consider capacity building as central to the mandate of the Convention. It was consequently approved, again, as one of the two global funding priorities of the Convention, together with safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education. And finally, during the reporting period, the committee did inscribe a total of 74 elements on the list of the Convention, 7 on the urgent list and 67 on the representative list. At the same time, it also selected 7 good safeguarding practices. In addition, a total of 15 out of 20 international assistance requests were approved by the committee and by the Bureau. For the Bureau, it was the ones extending beyond $100,000, and the total amount approved was $1,659,443. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADG. I wish to congratulate the committee for accomplishing a tremendous number of tasks and having done so in the challenging context of the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee's flexibility to work in a new way and your commitment to make 2 online sessions a success is truly noteworthy. The floor is now open should anybody wish to take the floor.
Uzbekistan, is it? Poland, Vietnam, Romania, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, and then Uzbekistan. Yes. That's about it.
If you wish, you can give me the floor so that I can go to the list so that I don't forget nobody.
Okay. Okay, no? Okay. Monsieur ADG, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor, ADG.
I will ask you to put your plate if I name you. So, Netherlands, Montenegro, Kazakhstan, Brazil, Burkina Faso, Malaysia, Poland, Romania, Vietnam, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Lithuania, Estonia, Lithuania, Lithuania, it is, okay, Colombia, Grenada. Colombia, I will put it, Grenada. Wait. Mauritania. Barbados. Ethiopia. And who's those? Cameroon. Armenia. So I took also Colombia, Grenada, Mauritania, Barbados, Ethiopia, Cameroon, and Armenia. Did we forget somebody? No? Okay.
We have the speakers, Netherlands, followed by Montenegro. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. ADG, for giving me the floor. I would like to congratulate you with your chairpersonship. The Netherlands would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of this meeting and the clear documents they provided. Looking at the objectives of the Convention, the Netherlands has always attached great importance to the role of communities and capacity building, especially regarding sustainable development, formal and non-formal education, and intangible heritage and emergency. In that perspective, we state that the global capacity building and international assistance programs remain the most important instruments of the Convention. The Netherlands also strongly supports the invaluable work of the global network of facilitators and the NGO Forum. And we would like to call for a greater emphasis on these parts of the Convention. We furthermore fully support the strategic repositioning, as pointed out in the report, of the global capacity building program to a multimodal approach. We recognize the importance of the new attractive digital ways to share knowledge and involve young people with intangible heritage. To conclude, since it is our last time as a committee member, we would like to express our deepest gratitude for the fruitful discussions of the past 4 years and the progress we made together to raise awareness of the value of intangible heritage for peace and prosperity on local, national and global level. And we wish all the best to the future committee members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now we have Montenegro. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to congratulate you and the Vice Presidents on your election. Madam Chair, I would like to deliver this statement on behalf of Albania, Andorra, Australia, Canada, Iceland, Japan, Moldova, Montenegro, Norway, Switzerland, Turkey, United Kingdom, Ukraine, and the European Union comprising of the following member states: Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Republic of Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. We regret deeply that Russia's illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol in Ukraine and destabilization of Donbass was escalated by Russia to a war since February 2022. It is an ongoing blatant violation of international law, including the principles of the UN Charter, as well as the UNESCO Constitution and its provisions on cultural rights, especially the principle of the protection of the cultural heritage of others. We find it completely intolerable that Ukraine, its communities, groups and individuals, including in Crimea, have been forced to join the growing list of conflict areas in the world that are being denied the ability to express their cultural identity and the practice of their living heritage. We recall that fifth principle of the ethical principles for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage stipulates that access of communities, groups and individuals to the instruments, objects, artifacts, cultural and natural spaces and places of memory whose existence is necessary for expressing the intangible cultural heritage should be ensured, including in situations of armed conflict. We recall as well that according to the operational principles and modalities for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies adopted in 2020, intangible cultural heritage exists only in its enactment by the communities who practice and transmit it, and it's inseparable from their social, cultural and economic life. Its safeguarding is therefore indivisible from the protection of the lives and well-being of its barriers. According to the findings by the Secretariat from the community-based needs identification for living heritage among communities, groups and individuals from Ukraine displaced in 5 neighboring countries. In addition to the material damage and devastating loss of human life, the critical situation in Ukraine is negatively impacting the social fabric of the Ukrainian society, tearing families apart and forcing millions of women, children and older adults to flee their homes. As a result, the living heritage of communities in Ukraine, a fundamental part of their cultural identity, resilience and continuity, is under threat. We therefore urge Russia to hold the ceilings of whole Ukrainian territory and any other form of hostile aggression, withdraw its forces and military equipment from the entirety of Ukraine and cease its war, to bring an end to the loss of human life and both tangible and intangible cultural heritage that these attacks are causing. We welcome the assessment of the Ukrainian nomination Culture of Ukrainian Borscht Cooking for inscription on the urgent safeguarding list as a case of extreme urgency in the sense of Article 17.3 of the Convention provided by the evaluation body and commended both the evaluation body and the Secretariat for their effective cooperation under difficult circumstances. We welcome the inscription of nomination Culture of Ukrainian Borscht Cooking on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding and thank the committee members for the timely decision to protect this element of intangible cultural heritage. Finally, we invite Ukraine, in collaboration with communities, groups and individuals concerned, to consider requesting emergency international assistance as defined in the Convention whenever necessary. And all state parties to the Convention, UNESCO and any other relevant national or international stakeholders to continue to provide Ukraine based on identified needs with any support for the safeguarding of its intangible cultural heritage. Thank you for your attention, Madam President.
Thank you for the intervention. And to follow would be Kazakhstan and then Brazil.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chairperson, ADG, distinguished delegates. First of all, Madam Chairperson, I would like to congratulate you on your election and wish you every success in the discharge of your duties. I also wish to commend the excellent work of the Secretariat under the aegis of Tim Curtis, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan endorses the draft decision and I would like to thank the Secretariat for having taken through the overall consideration of the mechanism for inscription on the convention list. Our delegation has taken an active part in the intergovernmental working group meetings, the open-ended working group, and we hope that the adoption of the amendments and additions proposed by the group and the committee will enable us to achieve significant results for the future development of the convention. We understand that the format of the report on the work of the committee and the Secretariat cannot include all the full diversity of the working methods of the countries. And in this respect, I recall that Kazakhstan has begun to work actively in 2 key areas of the convention. First of all, promoting the importance and need to preserve the intangible cultural heritage, as well as disseminating it amongst young people with the support of the Category 2 Centre Volichka, a significant amount of information on the Kazakh items of the intangible heritage are now available on the website. This has drawn significant interest from the Intangible Heritage Committee and local committees who have asked for further information, expressed their intention to further contribute to the implementation of the Convention. Our National Committee held an online forum. The Kazakh Post has drawn up and put out a special stamp celebrating the 10th anniversary of Kazakhstan's joining the convention, and we have a further celebration for the commemoration of the celebration of this 20th anniversary of the convention. Furthermore, in conjunction with the Minister of Culture and Sport, Kazakhstan has launched a pilot project on the Joint Keen project on local committees who are bearers of the intangible cultural heritage in 5 rural districts of the Kazakhstan. Ethnographic museums will coordinate and conduct the work. On the basis of the pilot project, it is expected that the Education Ministry will make additions to the school manuals on local history, and in our view, this is fully consistent with the guidelines adopted under the medium-term strategy for 2022-2029 in terms of synergies of education curricula and cultural heritage. Colleagues, Kazakhstan's 30 years of fruitful cooperation with UNESCO have enabled our country to open up for itself and for the whole world aspects of the contribution of our country to universal culture. The representative lists of the tangible and intangible heritage clearly displays this. However, the convention has lent a different meaning to culture of the nomads and nomadic peoples in the universal heritage. This could not have been done with other existing mechanisms, and therefore Kazakhstan will continue to actively take part in the implementation of the convention and will be open to cooperation with all countries interested in our projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we go on to Brazil.
Madam Chair, as this is the first time Brazil takes the floor, I would like to congratulate you on your election. I would also like to recognize the great contribution of Jamaica to the discussions undertaken in the committee last years. Brazil thanks the Secretariat for this very detailed and precise report on the last committee session. As Brazil is a member of the committee, I would also like to highlight a few points, which deserve, in our view, the special attention of this General Assembly. First, the relevance accorded by our countries to intangible cultural heritage, as this heritage constitutes a substantive part of our identities and unites our communities. Second, the success and universality of the 2003 Convention, which has just reached the number of 180 states parties with the recent accession of Angola and Somalia. Third, the robustness and at the same time the easiness of the procedures to be followed under the 2003 Convention, which allows for inclusiveness as more and more countries are able to inscribe their cultural elements, thereby enriching our lists and reinforcing cultural diversity in our world. This procedural lightness is one of the main reasons for the success of the 2003 Convention and is one of the challenges, for example, of the 1972 Convention, where we are struggling to simplify processes, which are still too complex and cumbersome for many of our countries. It is therefore one of our strengths, which we must always strive to preserve as we also work towards reinforcing the frameworks of the Convention. This is something that we need to bear in mind when reviewing the operation directives under item 9 of our agenda. Another substantial benefit that derives from the smoothness of the 2003 Convention is its flexibility. During the last committee session, we inscribed the soup joumou, a traditional soup from Haiti, which is inextricable from the history of the Haitian people in its fight for freedom from slavery and independence, on the represented list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. And we were able to do this just as Haiti was facing a severe humanitarian crisis, which resulted from a natural disaster in a broader context of political and social unrest. When we come to item 8 of our agenda, I hope the General Assembly will endorse the actions of this committee and reinforce our expressions of solidarity with Haiti and its people. We're also glad just a few days ago to have supported the inscription of the culture of Ukrainian Bosch cooking in the urgent safeguard list. It is an extraordinary committee. It was another demonstration of UNESCO capacity to respond swiftly to situations of emergency, protecting cultural property, while at the same time instilling a sense of hope in peoples facing acute adversities. Before we finish, I would like to say one more word about the 74 nominations that we inscribed during the last committee. Out of those 74 files, 67 were included in the representative list, and only 7 in the urgent safeguarding list, the same number of files that were selected as good safeguarding practice. One cannot avoid the impression that we might be perhaps overemphasizing the representative list while relegating the other 2 lists to a secondary status, which should not be the case at all. All 3 lists are equally important, and they all reflect different aspects of the intangible heritage of humanity. When we come to discuss the listing mechanisms during this present session, I hope we can also think about ways to find new balances between our 3 lists. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. And the next speakers would be Burkina Faso, followed by Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My delegation would like to congratulate you on your election as chairperson of this Assembly and assure you of the full support of Burkina Faso. We also warmly congratulate the members of the newly elected Bureau. I would also, if I may, Madam Chair, like to warmly congratulate Angola and Somalia, who have signed up to the convention on behalf of my government. Since 2019, 3 years after the ratification of the convention for the safeguarding of the 2003 convention, Burkina Faso had already undertaken an inventory of thematic inventory in the performing arts area. This led to the inscription in 2012 of items of cultural practices which we share with 2 brother countries, Côte d'Ivoire and Mali. Further to this inscription, Burkina Faso will undertook in 2014-2017 an overall inventory of the cultural inventory, following which 1,492 cultural items were identified, of which 155 are now on the National Heritage list. This led to the taking into account of the tangible and intangible cultural heritage for policy, and this places tangible and intangible cultural heritage at the heart of the governance of Burkina Faso. In August, my delegation, furthermore, we commend the excellent handling of the pandemic situation, with the excellent progress that has been made in the last cycle of reports on the implementation of the convention. Burkina Faso will uphold its commitment for submitting its report before the deadline of the 15th of December 2023. Furthermore, Burkina Faso subscribes to the 2 global priorities set by the committee and commends the states parties who, through their voluntary contributions, are supporting the implementation of the convention. The delegation of Burkina Faso wishes to congratulate the Committee for Inclusive Consultation, which has led to an overall mechanism through the holding of the intergovernmental open-ended working group. And finally, Burkina Faso fully supports the development of safeguarding measures in order to preserve cultural heritage in countries which are in conflict or crisis. Thank you, Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ADG Culture, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. As this is the first time Malaysia is taking the floor, we wish to congratulate you on your appointment as the chair. Also, congratulations to Belgium, Croatia, Venezuela, Madagascar, Syrian Arab Republic as Vice President and the Rapporteur from Colombia. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive presentation and thank all elected members of the Bureau of the 15th session of the IGC Committee, Her Excellency Ms. Olivia Grange from Jamaica, Vice Chairperson from Netherlands, Azerbaijan, China, Djibouti, and Kuwait, and from Kazakhstan as the Rapporteur. Also, special thanks to the Bureau of the 16th session, composed by Mr. Punchila Nami Megaswati of Sri Lanka as the chairperson, Sweden, Czechia, Brazil, Sri Lanka, Djibouti, and Saudi Arabia as vice chairpersons, and Japan as rapporteur, for their excellent work despite the difficulties in the implementation of the current meeting during COVID-19. Malaysia appreciates the good work of the committee in reforming the mechanism of periodic reporting, the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, the 2020 evaluation of UNESCO action in the framework of the 2003 Convention by the Division of Internal Oversight Services, IOS. We welcome the efforts to strengthen the capacity building program and guidelines on safeguarding measures and good practices, integrate intangible cultural heritage into development plans, policies and programs, raise awareness and outreach programs and activities, and last but not least, prepare a draft plan for the use of the youth and increase the resources of the fund. Malaysia also welcomes Angola and Somalia, which have ratified the 2003 Convention during the period of 2020-2021. Finally, Malaysia wishes to take this opportunity to thank the committee and the Secretariat of the 15th and 16th session for the listing of our intangible cultural heritage elements. Pantun, a multinational nomination with Indonesia, Wang Kang with China, and Songket, single nomination. The joint inscriptions are very significant for Malaysia as they are our maiden multinational nomination as a state party of the 2003 Convention. Malaysia will continue to take active role in the implementation of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. And now I call on Poland and Romania to take the floor. Poland followed by Romania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Taking the floor for the first time, let me congratulate you, Madam Chairperson, for your appointment as the chair of this GA session and wish you all success. My thanks go also to the Secretariat for the preparation of this meeting, I think the first one in Presencia since the COVID-19 pandemic. Poland, as a member of the committee, would like to thank the State Party of Jamaica and Sri Lanka for their excellent work in organizing the sessions of the committee during the difficult time of the pandemic. The meetings were challenging, but thanks to our common determination, we managed to sustain the continuity of the international system of the protection of intangible cultural heritage by adding new inscriptions to the lists and provide necessary assistance to the countries in need. During the last two committee sessions, a lot of hard work has been done in the matter of the improvements of the 2003 Convention. First of all, the open-ended working group, which Poland has the privilege to be the vice chair, finished the global reflection on the listing mechanism, and which will be later on presented by the list of recommendations to be amended to amend the operational directives in regards to improve the system of the ICH protection. Poland wishes to thank the government of Japan for the support and especially Ambassador Atsuyuki Oike for his great chairmanship during this long but very effective process. Difficult times demand special actions to be undertaken. During the last 2 years, there has been many challenges that the committee needed to face. The COVID-19 pandemic and the recent Russian aggression on Ukraine demanded our rapid and timely reactions. For the spirit of the Convention, it is of any doubt that the clear and transparent procedures are necessary to be established for the proper implementation of its provisions. Poland welcomes the committee decision on the inscription of the human soup nominated by Haiti on the representative list on the exceptional basis, since the state has facing a humanitarian crisis caused by natural hazards. We also welcome the last inscription of the culture of borscht cooking on the urgent safeguarding list as a part of the Ukrainian intangible cultural heritage, inscribed as a case of extreme urgency under the Article 17.3 of the Convention. During this GA session, Poland is fulfilling its mandate as a member of the committee. We wish to thank all colleagues for a fruitful and constructive work in the sense of dialogue and mutual respect. It was a true honor and pleasure to contribute to this committee and to work together on the implementation of the ICH Convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And now we go on to Romania.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. ADG Ottone, Excellencies, dear colleagues. Allow me first of all to congratulate you on your election, as the previous speakers has done. Our congratulations to both you and to the other Bureau members on your election. We wish you every success as you coordinate this GA session's work. Despite all of the difficulties encountered because of the pandemic, the committee did manage to fulfill its mandate, and we want to thank all of the member states of the committee for their hard work. Thank you and bravo. I also wanted to thank the last two host nations, and I think that they've really been able to highlight how very important this convention is. As for the reformed mechanism for periodic reporting and its rollout, moving from a regional cycle and to the shift on state-drafted reports, we think that this has been a successful outcome after the long consultations that have been undertaken. And we're very pleased with that. We also wanted to underscore the importance of the operationalization of these processes within the convention and the focus on peace, sustainable development, green technologies, and the importance of cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, informal and non-formal education. And all of this has been undertaken in a very difficult context. And now we see, with the situation in Ukraine, the very, very clear link between safeguarding intangible cultural heritage on the one hand and well-being and peace in the country where the bearers live. And that is why we're delighted to see the extraordinary session's decision to inscribe borscht cooking on the urgent safeguarding list recently. Thank you very, very much, and we wish you the very best as you undertake this most important meeting on the safeguarding of the world's intangible cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Romania, and our next speakers are Vietnam, followed by Azerbaijan. You have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues. First of all, I wish to congratulate Madam President and the Vice Presidents for your election, and we wish you all the best. We wish also like to thank the committee's members for their effective work during the unprecedented circumstances of COVID-19. And I think that we can be proud of what we have done in promoting the objectives of the Convention, encouraging and monitoring its implementation, and providing guidance, strengthening the capacity building program, especially the landmark progress concerning the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, successful implementation of the reformed periodic reporting mechanism. And we also highly commend efforts by the Secretariat to ensure the business continuity in such challenging situation. Madam President, intangible cultural heritage is not only a vital source for cultural diversity, creativity, intercultural dialogue and social cohesion, but also a driver for sustainable development and resilience. Vietnam is firmly committed to the implementation and the noble objectives of the Convention 2003. In the past years, we have tried our best to mainstream the content and spirit of ICH into law and translate it into reality. We have now embarked in the revision of the law on cultural heritage in the spirit of valuing the role and contribution of ICH artisans, communities, and owners, such as transmission, inventory, approach, documentary, and promotion of the values of ICH. And also to focus on the preferential treatment and recognition of the contributions of ICH artisans, including awarding titles of Emeritus Artisan and People's Artisans and other relevant support. We also will think to set the rules for responsibilities of local authorities for the protection of inscribed heritage locally and internationally, particularly Vietnam's government's commitments to UNESCO. We have also undertaken innovative safeguarding measures and education-related ICH efforts. Various measures to raise awareness among local communities, to enhance the ownership of the safeguarding of ICH among both practitioners and communities have been taken as well. And accredited NGOs have actively contributed in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, in the run-up to the 20th anniversary of the convention, and also given the COVID-19 and the digital transformation, we can see more than ever the value of intangible cultural heritage and the importance of communities attached to its continued practice and expression. And as we are now embarking on the implementation of the midterm strategy, C4C5, expediting SDG fulfillment, Vietnam stands ready to work closely with you to ensure living heritage for residents, for resilience and sustainable development, and to improve the transparency and efficiency of the listing mechanism, and to strengthen UNESCO's priorities, such as Priority Africa, gender equality, SIDS, youth through cooperation and capacity building endeavors in the field of living heritage. And we look forward to your valuable support for Vietnam's candidature for the membership of the Intergovernmental Committee for the ICH for the term 2022-2026. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vietnam. Azerbaijan has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to start by extending, on behalf of this delegation, our congratulations to you, Madam President, for your election as the chairperson of this General Assembly. Azerbaijan would like to commend the Secretariat for the efficient work for the organization of the current session of the General Assembly. Our delegation would like to join other members in welcoming 2 more states from Africa, namely Angola and Somalia, that have ratified the 2003 Convention during the reporting period. We'd also like to commend Jamaica and Sri Lanka for efficiently steering the work of both 15th and 16th sessions of the committee, despite adverse effects of the sanitary crisis. As an outgoing member of the Intergovernmental Committee, Azerbaijan wishes to thank all the members of the committee for their hard work and outstanding results in advancing the implementation of the Convention, in particular as regards the reformed periodic reporting mechanism and the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, which we'll also have a chance to discuss during the current session of the General Assembly. We'd also like to welcome particular focus during the given period on strengthening capacity building programs and raising the awareness on the importance of the protection of intangible cultural heritage. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Uzbekistan, you have the floor. The next speakers are Uzbekistan, followed by Lithuania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I join the previous speakers in congratulating you on your election. I also congratulate the vice chairs and the Secretariat for the excellent work done within the 2 years. We thank ADG Culture, Mr. Ottone, for the detailed report, and I would like to commend the work this committee has fulfilled during the last 2 years despite difficulties. And Uzbekistan supports all endeavors, including the initiatives that this committee has started. I should reiterate that my country is a dedicated supporter and implementer of the 2003 Convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. We have long been taking bold steps to save and promote its rich intangible cultural heritage. To promote the ICH regionally, in the last 2 years we have launched the HIVA process, which was adopted by the decisions of the General Conference and the Executive Board. It is aimed at enhancing the unity of communities and nations and will be an asset to the Convention. In these days, we're also in the process of amending our Constitution, and in the draft proposals, we have several articles aimed at, in one way or another, reinforcing states' and other stakeholders' activities to safeguard rich cultural heritage, including intangible cultural heritage. From this standpoint, Uzbekistan is for the first time running for the ICH committee in this electoral cycle. My country has an immense potential. We have already 12 elements in the representative list, and many more are already in the waiting list. With experience and knowledge, if elected, we are going to contribute substantially to promote the 2003 Convention regionally and globally, in particular focusing on assistance in preparing nominations, reinforcing capacity building, improving policies and practices. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Uzbekistan, and I give the floor now to Lithuania.
Merci, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My wholehearted congratulations on your election. Lithuania welcomes this report from the committee, which shows the extended scope of the activities for the period in question, including the assessment of a significant number of nominations and multinational nominations. We are also very pleased to welcome the 2 new ratifications, Somalia and Angola. Welcome to the convention. We see that the dialogue mechanism has been judiciously used, and we see that this was successfully used even during virtual sessions because of the pandemic. The committee proposed, adopted the very relevant proposals at its sessions, and we look forward to adopting that in our report. Thank you. Also, with the approval of the borscht cooking from Ukraine, we think that here the use of Article 17.3 of the Convention was fully justified, and we're delighted with this inscription. And we think that the armed conflict initiated by Russia has put in danger the creativity of the Ukrainian people. Lithuania fully subscribes to the statement made by the distinguished delegate of Montenegro concerning the endangerment of intangible cultural heritage in Ukraine. Finally, we would like to extend our warmest thanks to all the members of the committee for all of the work that they have done and all of their efforts undertaken in upholding this convention. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and now I give the floor to Latvia.
Thank you. Taking the floor for the first time, Latvia would like to congratulate you, Madam Chair, on your election. We would also like to take the opportunity to thank the Secretariat for its significant and attentive work done on the preparation of this session at the General Assembly and for ensuring smooth assistance for the present debates. The Latvian delegation would like to express appreciation for the highly effective work of the committee, including its work on the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention, despite the very restrictive COVID-19 pandemic circumstances in the period of the current report. Latvia would wish to express in particular our support to carrying on with the reflection process on the advisory functions to be performed by accredited NGOs. Latvia would like to voice its continuous commitment to the importance of the significant role that the non-governmental organizations play for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and cooperating both at international as well as national and local level. To conclude, Latvia would like to stress the importance of raising awareness and outreach on intangible cultural heritage among wider audiences for whom the ICH concept and its connection to sustainable development are still novel. We see the importance of networks to carry out this mission, especially the role of ICH NGOs, which are directly in contact with local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Latvia. And next to speak are Colombia, and followed by Grenada.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me add my voice to those congratulating you on your election. We also wanted to thank everybody for their vote of confidence in electing me rapporteur. We want to thank the Secretariat for their very thorough preparation for the session and to the committee for their report. And as we approach the 20th anniversary of the convention, we just wanted to underline the importance of reaching universality and continuing to promote science and awareness raising when it comes to informing cultural policy in all of our countries. Similarly, we realize that we're now reaching this reformed periodic reporting mechanism when we think that it's going to enable more solid reporting going forward, and we're delighted with that this is going to assist with the smooth running of the 2003 convention. When it comes to awareness raising and outreach, we would like to have a little more information as to how or what engagement in the people in the platforms is, and we're wondering what form this will take. We also wanted to extend a special thanks to the ambassador of Japan for all of the work done in the working group on the listing mechanisms. And as states, parties, NGOs, and other interested stakeholders, we've been very interested in seeing how all of this is going to be implemented. We think that all of the decisions that have been taken and everything that we're going to be discussing under item 9, I think is important for underscoring our commitment to the bearers and bearer communities. Colombia also wants to underscore the need to keep working on the convention and safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and formal and non-formal education. Education is very important for acknowledging all different forms of production and transmission of traditional knowledge throughout the world. And we think that every tool should be used to promote this as a way of ensuring the bearers' well-being. Also, over the last 4 years, Colombia has focused a lot in its own institutions on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage by fostering greater access to cultural heritage practices and techniques, by focusing on how bearers can transmit their knowledge and know-how to their communities. And these efforts have been undertaken as a part of our recognition of the human capital of our country and the importance of the spiritual and collective well-being of all different aspects of society in Colombia. Over and above from our very solid cultural policy structure, we also have a very strong legal framework protecting cultural heritage. And this means that we've been able to better acknowledge all of the traditional knowledge of the bearers. And this is also reflected in our labor laws. Moreover, we have the Ebiche law, which acknowledges the ancestral knowledge of the peoples of Colombia, and has meant that the cultural sector has been able to move forward in acknowledging the importance of traditional practices alongside modern practices. Moreover, we also have a derivative cultural sector law that has been taken, offering solutions for disputes concerning intangible cultural heritage in Colombia. And we would like to encourage all member states of the Convention to keep trying to incorporate the 2003 Convention and its principles into their education sector and also in their health sectors as well. We, again, would like to reiterate the importance of the work undertaken by the Member States and the Secretariat to make sure that the Convention can truly play a role as a tool for dialogue and as a lever for peace. We wish to thank you again, and we wish you and the Bureau of the Committee every success going forward. Thank you very much, Colombia.
Grenada to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Grenada congratulates you, Madam Chair, and the Bureau members for your election and wishes you all success. We welcome Angola and Somalia, which ratified recently the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. We commend the Secretariat for its efforts in preparing this General Assembly and for its support to the committee. We thank Jamaica and Sri Lanka for their reports, and we commend the committee for assuring the continuation of the committee's work despite the challenging circumstances and difficulties raised by the global COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, we welcome the efforts for strengthening the capacity building program. Capacity building is fundamental to the mandate of the 2003 Convention, as well as are the activities for safeguarding living heritage in the context of disaster risk reduction. Implemented online in the Philippines and Honduras, and which could also be important to be carried out in small islands developing states. We thank donors for voluntary supplementary contribution, and we note with satisfaction that a total of 31 countries received financial assistance from the fund during this reporting period. We thank the committee for approving the project for Grenada, Proud of My Heritage, transmission and safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage in Grenada through inventorying and education initiatives. In February 2022, the International Assistance Project in Grenada was officially launched through an online event. It will continue until January 2023. The project will result in an educational program called Proud of My Heritage. The participating schools, communities will take part in tailoring, inventorying exercises, and living heritage will be integrated into the school curriculum. The Proud of My Heritage is also the name of a national awareness-raising campaign and will be also diffused as a contribution in dedicated social media platforms. We thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Grenada. And now I call on Mauritania, followed by Barbados, to take the floor.
The name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, may the peace and grace of God be upon his prophet and his people. First and foremost, I would like to express my thanks to you, Madam Chair, And I would like to thank the ADG Culture and also the Secretariat for the excellent work it did. Madam Chair, Excellencies, the ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, our world is facing a number of serious challenges on many levels today. And therefore, reinforcing peace in the hearts of people is more important than it has ever been. And the only way to do that is to respect the cultural diversity of all peoples and nations. And in order to achieve that, we must preserve and protect intangible cultural heritage because it shows people's identities, customs and traditions, and the various modalities of coexistence in various countries. The protection of intangible cultural heritage in a better way is one of the noble objectives of UNESCO. We must protect cultural specificities from globalization, which steals from the civilizational system and ethical and moral systems of certain countries, especially in the third world. In the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee, we must take responsibility for that in a brave manner so that we do not fall into war and strife. Some wars have already started today, and the demons of war have begun to kill children, women, and the elderly. And it has also damaged and destroyed treasures of intangible cultural heritage, which bore witness to cultures which remained alive for centuries. Ladies and gentlemen, this ninth session of the General Assembly of the 2003 Convention must think in a comprehensive manner and bring modifications to the operational guidelines. There are also modifications, suggestions on the rules of procedure. This will lead to an important decision which will allow us to adopt the rules of procedures once again. And we must also look into making this convention consistent with the other cultural conventions of UNESCO. In order to implement the true goals of the 2003 convention, we must feel like we are a single international family at UNESCO, and that we must all participate in the protection and preservation of the intangible cultural heritage through an enlightened vision. We must come out of our narrow circle and give equal footing to all countries without any exceptions and without any monopolization or discrimination based on the principles of democratic competition and equal geographic distribution. So that more importance isn't given to one country or to one region at the expense of others. We are all independent, sovereign countries, and we take the decisions we think suitable. And we must feel like we truly belong to this large family we call UNESCO, through cooperation between us in order to draw a beautiful picture of cultural diversity with many colors that represent all of countries, so that we may build bridges between cultures and civilizations and work together in a sincere manner in order to transmit intangible cultural heritage in a way that implements the convention in a more effective manner, which will be beneficial to all countries representing here today the ties of brotherhood between us, with equal participation for all, because we're all on the same boat. navigating, searching for peace and brotherhood, and carrying with us the accumulation of problems from the past and the challenges of the present and future. My country, Mauritania, is a candidate for membership in the Intergovernmental Committee from 2022 to 2026, carrying our strong Arab and African identity. We also have strong ties with the continents of Europe, Asia, and the Americas because of strong commercial ties, thanks to our long coastline. We are a culturally and ethnically diverse country, and we look forward to working together with all parties to achieve a qualitative leap, which will give equal importance to the cultures and civilizations of all countries, specifically the African countries and small developing island states, which are suffering from many problems, and also the developing countries. The developing countries must have priority in protecting its intangible cultural heritage, just like the rich countries, because we are all equal in rights and responsibilities. All countries are deeply attached to the intangible cultural heritage. UNESCO brings us all together and is open to all so that we may uphold cultural diversity and noble ideals, so that cultural diversity may persist forever. Thank you. May the peace and grace of God be upon you.
Thank you, Mauritania, and I now call Barbados to take the floor.
Madam Chairperson, Barbados joins the other delegations in congratulating you on your election. We also commend the Secretariat and the Intergovernmental Committee on their work and the commitment to successful implementation of the Convention. Barbados supports the work of the Convention and recognizes the strides and achievements that have been made over the years, particularly as we prepare to celebrate its 20th anniversary. Barbados in 2021 established the National Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee, which is chaired by my colleague who is here with me today, Mr. Rodney Grant. The committee from inception drafted and implemented a National Intangible Cultural Heritage Program, which included the development of a 12-part video series titled Unearthing Our Intangible Cultural Heritage, which was presented to the Barbadian public on our national television station. The series perceived the Barbadian public and the Barbadian diaspora as the nation's ICH stakeholders. The series, which is primarily focused on public awareness and engagement, as well as documenting ICH from ICH knowledge bearers. Each session addresses a particular ICH domain. The public awareness program included another project which is targeted at young people. Barbados, in consultation with UNESCO's Kingston office, articulated the conceptual approach, Intangible Cultural Heritage in Motion, which, with funding from UNESCO, the project was developed to address the related recommendations from UNESCO's Living Heritage in the Face of COVID-19 Pandemic report. The Barbados activity aimed at promoting the country's intangible cultural heritage to its younger generations. This two-part project launched its first component in December 30, 2021, in a live session which was streamed online. The launch showcased the committee's documentary Intangible Cultural series. The second component of the project was an online forum series entitled The True Voice of Barbados, ICH in Motion. This component presented the Barbadian public with information from key Barbadian ICH knowledge bearers. The series, which is primarily focused on public awareness and engagement, as well as documenting ICH from callers and participants, consisted of 5 online forums. Each online session addresses a particular ICH domain, commencing with the performing arts and concluding with traditional craftsmanship. Barbados intends to accelerate its public awareness campaign through a targeted approach to young people and through partnership with the Ministry of Education and tertiary institutions. Details of this will be shared with the committee, the Secretariat, and Member States as we design our plans to celebrate the Convention's 20th anniversary. In closing, Madam Chairperson, Barbados wants to thank the UNESCO Cluster Office for its support of the National ICH Committee. We also express thanks to those countries such as Morocco and Jamaica who have shared information with us as it relates to the preparation of inventories and community outreach programs. We also recognize and express the gratitude to the government of Japan for its generous contribution to the open-ended consultations. We propose to continue our engagement in partnerships and collaborations to further the goals and objectives of the Convention. I thank you.
Thank you, Barbados. And before we proceed to the next set of speakers, I just would like to enumerate the names of the countries so that we could ensure that no one is overlooked. So, Ethiopia, Cameroon, Armenia, Ukraine, Egypt, Syrian Arab Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo. And now we proceed to Ethiopia, followed by Cameroon. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. Let us also express congratulations to you on your election as President of our Assembly. We have full confidence that you will steer our meetings in the right direction efficiently. We also express our appreciation to outgoing members of the committee, in particular from the Africa Group, the existing members. We also want to congratulate Angola and Sudan for having joined the convention. Somalia and Angola for having joined the convention. And lastly, we want to thank Jamaica and Sri Lanka for the fantastic work they did. Especially Jamaica was the One Love, One Heart motto that symbolizes the objectives and the aspirations of this convention. Having said that, we want to underline and have on record that we highly appreciate what the Secretariat has done during the last 2 years of the pandemic, Mr. Rotoni and his team. We, of course, have our best wishes for the recovery of Mr. Tim Curtis. Really, they've shown their passion, their dedication to the cause of the convention and for the preservation and transmission of cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, and we particularly appreciate it. Having said that, Madam Chair, during the last 2 meetings, what came out and what really struck us as preoccupying is that many, if not to say all of the files that were rejected, that were up for inscription, that were rejected, were from Africa. Of course, they were rejected on technical basis, but this goes to highlight the need for synergy, we believe, between the priority Africa agenda of UNESCO and the link with the objectives of the Convention, which is to be truly representative of all regions, in particular Africa. The objectives of the Convention is, of course, to preserve the heritage of humanity and all humanity, and through the preservation and transmission of these heritage, we enable greater understanding within countries, greater understanding between countries and peoples, and therefore work towards the building or the construction of peace in the minds and hearts of humanity. So really we want the Secretariat and the state parties to take note of this preoccupying fact, and as was highlighted, focus should be given to capacity building, working with member states to enable inscriptions of all cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage. In this light, we of course fully support the approach taken to enlist the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage that are in danger and that require exceptional measures. In this regard, we fully support the inscription of the Jomu soup from Haiti. Haiti, which has a particular place in our hearts in Africa. It's a piece of Africa in the Americas, as we say. The soup symbolizes the fight for freedom and dignity of the people of Haiti, but not only the people of Haiti, but the people of Africa in general. Lastly, Madam Chair, I want to highlight that my country, of course, views the preservation and transmission of intangible cultural heritage as part and parcel of its overall development policies. It has inscribed 95% of intangible heritage nationally, and it has inventoried them. 4 of these have been globally inscribed. We are working to inscribe many more. We look forward to what can be done in terms of garnering support in the technical area together with the Secretariat, but not only for us, but for countries in Africa. And lastly, we will of course be honored if we are elected as part of the candidates of Group 5, Electoral Group 5A, to represent Africa on the committee during the current General Assembly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Ethiopia. And now we call on Cameroon to take the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you, ADG, for the arduous work that has been accomplished as part of the implementation of the provisions of the 2003 Convention. Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, permanent representatives, distinguished delegates, it behoves upon me to take the floor on behalf of the government of Cameroon in this distinguished venue in order to praise the noble objectives of the 2003 Convention that have brought us together. On behalf of the government of Cameroon, I would like to commend and congratulate Madam Chairperson of the 9th session of the General Assembly of the 2003 General Assembly on your election. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the floor in order to reaffirm the fact that the President of the Republic of Cameroon places great importance on the 2003 Convention. He defines culture as being the cement of unity in our country. It is through the will and the great importance placed on cooperation, bringing together all human beings and people, that Cameroon, on the 9th of October 2012, ratified the 2003 Convention. Intangible cultural heritage is an essential component of Cameroon's vision set out in its national strategy for development and structural transformation by 2030, consistent with the 2063 agenda of the African Union and the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. Intangible cultural heritage enables mankind to derive the full benefit of the diversity of its resources in order to achieve social, ethical transformation of our society. The components of intangible cultural heritage provide great potential for bringing together citizens from different countries, communities, and peoples. They bear local solutions to development problems. Cameroon admittedly does not have any item on the 2003 Convention, but given its great determination and resilience, Cameroon hopes that soon its wish in this regard may be fulfilled. As Cameroon's candidate's term as a member of the Intergovernmental Committee, Cameroon, through me, wishes to thank the ADG for culture and the teams of the Secretariat for their very professional work and their full support. Cameroon renews through its committee its will to continue and to lend greater strength to the partnership with UNESCO by identifying the key priorities for the implementation of the Convention and the various programs set out under Chapter 5 of the Convention. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Cameroon expresses its solidarity with the work underway in order to improve the criteria for inscription on the list of the Convention, which are governed by the wish of our General Assembly. We hope that a significant change in the operational guidelines of our Convention will enable the features of the least representative countries, namely Africa, to be better taken into consideration on the list of the 2003 Convention. Madam Chairperson, ADG, ladies and gentlemen, Cameroon reaffirms before this august body the unswerving determination of our country to the founding principles of the 2003 Convention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cameroon.
And now we call Armenia to take the floor, followed by Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on your election as Chairperson and wish you every success. And I would like to congratulate the members of the Bureau and Armenia welcomes Somalia and Angola, who have ratified the Convention. Armenia thanks the Secretariat of the Convention for fully discharging its duties in the very difficult pandemic situation. Armenia emphasizes the importance of the support provided by the Convention in order to strengthen the capacity of the states parties and provide them with support in submitting their national report. It also thanks the Secretariat for supporting the safeguarding efforts made through the international assistance mechanisms. We commend in this regard the fact that particular attention has been paid to Africa and the SIDS. Armenia was happy to note the decision approving its request for international assistance for the project entitled Community Inventory for the Sunnik region in Armenia. It places great importance on the safeguarding of heritage in this region, which bears the traces of a 1,000-year-old Armenian history. Regarding the preservation of ICH in emergency situation, this delegation is very happy to note that the Secretariat has continued to work with the Secretariat of the 1954 Hague Convention and both its protocols in order to come up with an analytical document on synergies in this regard. This delegation notes that the current provisions, unfortunately, are not being implemented, in particular regarding the preservation of the heritage and conflict situations. We are particularly preoccupied by the attack by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh in autumn 2020, which saw ethnic cleansing in some territories of Nagorno-Karabakh, in particular in the area of Sushi and Agro. The expulsion of these communities represents a major threat for the intangible cultural heritage and means that they cannot be transmitted, nor can their viability and safeguarding be ensured. The issue of preserving intangible cultural heritage of the Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh will remain a key issue for my country. Armenia is also very much aware of the safeguarding of cultural heritage program in formal and informal education. it is important that we highlight the preservation of intangible cultural heritage as part of global citizenship, and that the young people who are its main beneficiaries be mobilized on this matter. And I should, in concluding, refer, of course, to climate change, its impact on man and the environment, which is one of our foremost considerations. It is essential, we feel, that we continue the work on the relationship between intangible cultural heritage and global warming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armenia. And now I call on Ukraine to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Ukraine congratulates you on your election and wishes you all the successes. We would like to thank the Secretariat of UNESCO, Bureau, and Committee for the excellent work in assisting the state parties in the implementation of the Convention. We would like also to emphasize the importance of those processes and decisions that are carried out within the framework of the Convention to strengthen its role in the protection of intangible cultural heritage and the great work that has been done recently to improve the procedure for making nominations. In this regard, we sincerely thank all countries that have supported the nomination culture of Ukrainian borscht cooking for the urgent safeguarding list as a case of extreme emergency. We thank all countries and member states who help and contribute to projects and programs to be implemented to preserve intangible cultural heritage of Ukraine. Our common work has shown the importance of common efforts that we can apply within the framework of the Convention in emergency situations. The inscription of the borscht cooking, of Ukrainian borscht cooking culture, is a very significant, very important event for Ukraine. Despite all the social and humanitarian threats caused by the full-scale Russia's war against Ukraine on our Ukrainian territory, many Ukrainian families ate borscht, eat borscht, and will eat borscht yesterday, today, tomorrow, and forever. In destroyed cities, on the front line, in other countries that kindly shelters Ukrainians, Ukrainian borscht is our single gastronomic symbol and a marker of our national identity. The culture of Ukrainian borscht cooking is not only an element of the intangible cultural heritage of Ukraine, but a way of living. Therefore, Ukrainian borscht and the culture of its cooking contribute to strong social and ideological interaction among all social groups of Ukrainian society and Ukrainian people. We are talking about traditions because the cooking of the main dish for our country and love for it unites our people, at the same time emphasizing the uniqueness of each region and each Ukrainian family. Food always unites people, and there is a connection between food and tradition and memory. Ukrainian borscht is a mandatory element of Ukrainian ritual culture. However, now we want the borscht to continue to be associated with wonderful Ukrainian traditions, not with famine and war. The full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine completely changes not only our understanding of the world in which we live, but also our attitude to values and traditions. The understanding that we can lose them at any moment forces us to take even more seriously the safeguarding of our intangible cultural heritage. All the Ukrainians have united unprecedentedly to preserve all our Ukrainian freedom, territory, integrity, culture. Ukraine, together with the barrier communities, will continue to make every effort to ensure that the element develops so that the threats to its existence finally disappear. But inclusion of the culture of Ukrainian borscht cooking to the UNESCO list will present the importance of safeguarding Ukrainian traditions for the world. And we will fight, and will stop Russian military aggression, Russia's war against Ukraine. And Ukraine will win. on all fronts, including the culinary front as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you once more for inscription of the element, the culture of Ukrainian borscht cooking, in the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ukraine. And our last four speakers are Egypt, Syrian Arab Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Algeria. I give the floor to Egypt.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. بداية يود وفد مصر الإعراب.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First of all, I wish to congratulate you on your election as Chairperson. I also congratulate Somalia and Angola on their ratification. We commend the report on the two sessions of the committee, which refers in many instances to the success of our convention. We have cooperated with both committees in order to strengthen the protection of the ICH. We feel that intangible cultural heritage is extremely important, and we commend the support that we have enjoyed in order to document craftsmanship in a region in southern Egypt. The activities for strengthening these elements are very important, in particular the support that has been provided to the bearers of these elements. The number of candidacies is extremely high, and therefore we have to review the criteria and the directives in order to deal with these files. We must also review the way in which NGOs are accredited, how they cooperate with the organization. We should take into consideration the specific circumstances of each country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. And now I call on Syrian Arab Republic to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I will speak.
بلادي الجمهورية العربية السورية نتقدم منكم السيدة الرئيسة بالتهنئة الانتخابية.
On behalf of my country, Madam Chairperson, I would like to congratulate you on your election, and we wish you every success in your duties. We wish to thank the members of the committee, those members in particular whose term is ending soon, and we wish to thank Egypt, which was the vice chair of the last session of the committee meeting, on behalf of the Arab group. And we will continue to support the convention. We thank and support the culture sector and the secretariat of the convention, and we thank them for all their efforts. And we commend the ratification of the convention by Angola and Somalia. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chairperson, we have all as states parties taken part through expertise and cooperated in order to strengthen our common goals for the implementation of the convention. And therefore, our convention is now almost universal. And it has been extremely successful, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic. This reflects the successful efforts by the committee, the reforms that have been conducted in order to achieve our goals, namely by improving the submission rate of reports, of national reports. Reforms to the governance of the convention are extremely laudable, and the open-ended working group has paid due attention to the guidelines. They have done an excellent job. We must pursue our efforts in this regard in order to protect the intangible cultural heritage. We have presented documents, in particular for aligning the rules of procedure of the convention with the a standard rule of procedure. This is important. My country wishes to commend the innovative, prompt response of the culture sector of UNESCO and the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention in order to protect the heritage in emergency situations, because we feel that this live heritage is, this living heritage is a tool for strengthening countries' capacity to be more resilient, and therefore we endorse the inscription of the Jumo soup. This element has been proposed by Haiti. We should avoid any politicization. We should avoid double standards. All countries, all member states should have equal opportunity. They should apply, all of them should apply the decision Syria commits to comply with the decisions which are adopted consistent with our national principles. My country fully endorses the 2003 Convention, and this reflects the great importance we place on this heritage, which is part of our identity, our 1,000-year-old history. The Ministry of Culture has created a cultural heritage, an intangible cultural heritage department, and each time we take part in all international events in this area, we implement very important measures in order to protect our crafts, and we have an element which has been inscribed on the ICH list requiring emergency safeguarding. Madam Chairperson, I will conclude with the following remarks. Our country is honored by the statement that our culture ministry has undertaken a dialogue with all related stakeholders in order to establish a national strategy for the safeguarding of tangible and intangible heritage. And through this national dialogue, we have adopted many recommendations. We have drawn from the principles of the 2003 Convention to this end. And we look forward to a constructive debate during this session in order to protect tangible, intangible cultural heritage, in particular in emergency situations, and we will hope that there will be opportunities for international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Syrian Arab Republic. I now invite the Democratic Republic of Congo to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should like, first of all, to congratulate you on behalf of the delegation of the Democratic Republic of Congo for your election to the chairpersonship of this meeting. We wish you every success in your mandate. Our congratulations also to the newly elected members of the Bureau. We want to commend the committee for all of the work done in the recent years and for the introduction to its report, which we appreciate. We note all of the successful endeavors undertaken. The DRC welcomes the multinational inscription along with the Rumba Congolaise inscription, along with our sister country at the last committee meeting on the list, and we want to thank UNESCO for its support when the Congolese Rumba was being nominated for inscription. We want to thank the Kinshasa authorities for their support and cooperation as well. We have another project hand in hand with Angola, which we are really looking forward to submitting that nomination. When it comes to capacity building under the convention, we want to congratulate UNESCO for all of the work undertaken on living heritage and sustainable development, which we feel has done so much to underscore the necessity to build capacities in this regard. And we see this also through outreach and communication education activities, and we extend our thanks for that. And during the human capacity building initiatives undertaken, we think that the initiatives have been very successful, and we also like to see that extended in the institutional capacity building. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Invite Algeria to take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to everyone. It's our turn, Madam Chair, to congratulate you and the newly elected Bureau for your election, and we want to commend you on your able stewardship of this meeting. And we wish you every success here at the 9th GA to the 2003 convention. We feel that this is a turning point. We're coming back into in-person meetings, and we're delighted with that. We hope that the trend will continue. We wanted to thank both Jamaica and Sri Lanka for the quality of their organizational work over the last sessions in the difficult times of the pandemic. In this session, Madam Chair, we find that it is most pleasant to be able to extend a warm welcome to Somalia and Angola, who have newly ratified the convention. Obviously, the African presence within the framework of the convention is something that we can welcome. But despite UNESCO's works, there is still work to be done in this regard. African presence in the 2003 convention will be bolstered by the presence of these new members and those in Africa who could greatly enrich the ICH of the whole world are the ones who really need our support here within the convention. Finally, at this 9th session of the GA, Madam Chair, and here in this august house, it is with some solemnity and emotion that I recall that it was on the 5th of July. That is also the 60th anniversary of the independence of my country after a bitter, long and difficult struggle for independence. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Algeria.
Mali, followed by India, to take the floor.
Bonjour, Madame.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I should like to echo the previous speakers in extending to you our most heartfelt congratulations on your election. And we extend this also to the newly elected Bureau. Our congratulations also to the Secretariat, which has been able to brilliantly organize the work of this 9th session. Also, Angola and Somalia, two brotherly nations who have recently joined us here in the convention. A warm welcome. Mali is delighted at the massive support that was shown in the committee for the inscription of its nomination. Intangible cultural heritage is vital for the community of Mali, as is shown in the number of elements inscribed on the representative list. 3 weeks ago, the government of Mali instituted the ICH and Cultural Heritage Days in Mali, which means that in the month of May every year, just ahead of this institution, we will be celebrating the cultural heritage, tangible and otherwise, in Mali. The collective fishing element that extends back to the 15th century is just such an example, and last week we celebrated that. By the same token, The community, the international community, I think, does have to recognize that much of the world's intangible cultural heritage is still under threat because of the neglect shown by stakeholders who could protect it against terrorist threats. In 2027, we will be celebrating the Dogon masks. Every 60 years, this festival is held. The last there was in 1967. Massaguior attended that, and this festival of the Dogon masks, I think, is given all the more support and momentum thanks to UNESCO's support. What I have just described, then, I think underscores Mali's commitment to this committee. We'll be in the committee as of next year. And we want to extend a message as to how important it is to protect ICH against such threats, be it in Mali or elsewhere in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mali.
Invite India to take the floor.
Thank you. Excellency, President, and members of the Bureau, India would like to take this opportunity to congratulate on your election and wishes you all success. Excellency ADG Culture and members of the Secretariat, we thank you for organizing this 9th session of the ICH General Assembly. India welcomes Angola and Somalia to the convention, and we look forward to working with them. We would also like to thank Sri Lanka for its valuable contribution in chairing the committee through the challenging times of the pandemic. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, this year, India marches into the 75th year of its independence, and we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, a national commemoration of the glorious history of our people, culture, and achievements. With over 5,000 years of civilizational history, the diverse expressions of intangible India are represented through ideas, practices, beliefs, indigenous knowledge systems, and values shared by its myriad communities. I take this opportunity to reiterate India's continued commitment to the 2003 Convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, cultural continuity of societies, and transmission to future generations. At the national level, India has a strong mechanism in place to sustainably safeguard heritage by regularly facilitating democratic participation of all stakeholders. Under our national scheme, Safeguarding of ICH and Diverse Cultural Traditions of India, we have undertaken over 300 research projects spearheaded by cultural experts, academicians, and local practitioners. Between 2016 and 2022, India has signed over 50 bilateral cultural agreements covering various aspects of culture, its transmission, and safeguarding. We look forward to working with other member states of this convention and contributing to its strengthening and evolution in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, India, and that brings our debate to a close. Oh, I think there's a request for the floor. Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very sorry my delegation is taking this floor the second time, but I am compelled to take the floor and to respond to the totally false and absurd statement made by the delegation of Armenia. This speech is another failed attempt to deviate the attention of the international community from the aggravated facts of cultural crimes committed by Armenia in the previously occupied territories of Azerbaijan. It is especially very disappointing that this false statement comes from a country who has been consistently violating all the norms and principles of international law, including key UNESCO conventions throughout the 30 years of occupation of my country. Thousands of cultural and religious property of Azerbaijan situated in the liberated territories has been completely destroyed and razed to the ground by Armenia. Armenia also destroyed the cultural heritage of Azerbaijani people in Armenia itself, with one obvious aim: to erase the traces of Azerbaijani people living in these territories for centuries. When we talk about the intangible cultural heritage, Madam Chair, I would like to remind the Armenian side that due to the occupation of Azerbaijan's internationally recognized territories, 1 million refugees have been deprived of exercising their basic rights, including exercising their intangible cultural heritage rights for almost 30 years. We have repeatedly stated that historical and religious monuments located in our liberated territories constitute part of the Azerbaijani heritage, and as such, their protection falls under the responsibility of the Azerbaijani state. Unlike Armenia, Azerbaijan does not discriminate its historical and cultural heritage based on religious and ethnic background, and is committed to its obligations under international conventions, including UNESCO conventions. Today, for Azerbaijan, conflict is over, and my country is focused on future revival of the liberated territories. Instead of misleading the international community and this noble audience, we advise the representative of Armenia to accept the new realities on the ground and focus on the prospects for regional peace and cooperation on the basis to respect of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. I would like also to remind that there is no such territorial unit as Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. There are Karabakh and Eastern Zangezur regions. Armenia, and finally, Madam Chair, Armenia must understand that the goal of peaceful, developing and sustainable region, which it allegedly cares and cannot be achieved by endlessly replicating false narratives, misinterpreting international law, and pursuing the policy of hatred, animosity, and territorial claims. Thank you.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. And now I call on our last speaker, Haiti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also feel compelled to take the floor to thank all the member states that have spoken before me for their support that they express in favor of our inscription for Subjumu. But before I do so, I would like to congratulate you on your nomination. J'aimerais vous dire au nom
I should like to say, on behalf of the Republic of Haiti, and in particular the Permanent Delegation of Haiti at UNESCO, of the Cooperation Commission here at UNESCO, I'd like just to express our most sincere gratitude to every member of the committee for all of their hard work at the last session of the committee and the decision to inscribe the Subjumu on the list. And at the time, there had been a favorable technical opinion issued concerning this as an exemplary nomination file fulfilling all 5 criteria for inscription on the representative list. I also wanted to share with you the emotion that I felt and my gratitude to all members of UNESCO and on behalf of the Secretariat for all of their support during these difficult times. We want to thank everybody for their support for this historic inscription. And it really is something that belongs to all Haitian people, which is something that we bear right in our DNA. It's something that symbolizes the struggle against slavery, racism, discrimination, and currently, these days, it is a meal that is now elevated to the rank of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. It's so symbolic, and thanks to this symbol, Haitians, old, young, male, female, can all be proud of the fact that part of their heritage, their voice, is now heard on the world stage. This inscription, which means so much to the Haitian people, we think actually gives a seal of approval to the whole process, and it's shone a light on the horizon for those of us who have that has been a brilliant beacon in these dark times, and it's something that has given us hope for a better tomorrow. So Haiti extends its thanks to UNESCO, to the member states, to the committee, and to the GA, and we look forward to discussing this under item 8. Thank you. Thank you very much, Haiti.
There are no more requests for the floor, so we can proceed to the next part of the agenda. Thank you all for the interventions, and we have at hand a resolution. Please refer to the draft resolution in document 5, which we could see on screen. Can I say this? Okay. May I now ask the Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.GA8 as shown on the screens? Seeing no objections, I therefore declare Resolution 9.GA8 adopted. Six. Okay. We now go on to item 6 of the agenda, report by the Secretariat on its activities for the period January 2020 to December 2021. And I give the floor to Mr. ADG. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Please refer to document 6.
Dear Assembly, it's my great pleasure to share with you the activities of the Secretariat over this last 24-month period from January 2020 to December 2021. As you can see in the document, the Secretariat has made progress in many areas that are important for the life of the Convention, despite some of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Just to save time, I'll just focus on a few key points that are in the document itself, and you can find more details therein. Of course, I stand ready after my presentation to answer any questions that committee members may wish to raise. Let me start with our COVID-19 pandemic response, which of course did shape much of our work over this reporting period. I'm happy to report that the Convention was largely able to continue with its statutory operations without interruption during this period. And this showed the ability of the Convention's mechanisms to withstand change and its capacity to adapt to more flexible working modalities. The Secretariat continued UNESCO's coordinated response to the pandemic in undertaking a survey and publishing a subsequent report on living heritage experience in the COVID-19 pandemic. And based on the recommendations therein, UNESCO came up with the follow-up activities in 8 countries, demonstrating the role of living heritage to build back better. And you can find more information on those pilot projects on the Secretariat's web page. Promising results were achieved in terms of the Convention's international assistance mechanism. In the period concerned, the expenditures linked to international assistance, or IA, reached $2.2 million, with particular attention to Africa and SIDS. 9 states parties were granted assistance for the very first time, which points to a steady expansion of the geographical reach of this mechanism, as these states represent 56% of the requests granted during the reporting period. The Secretariat also took a number of measures to stimulate the use of the international assistance mechanisms by states parties, including a dedicated video and a toolkit for requesting international assistance. There are copies of this toolkit available on the tables outside this plenary room. And there will furthermore be a presentation on the toolkit at a side event on tomorrow, Wednesday, the 6th of July, from 2 to 2:45 in room 9 here in headquarters.
Of the reporting period were the advancement made in the global reflection on the listing mechanism. During the last 2 years, extensive consultations have been undertaken, culminating in the present session, where the General Assembly is asked to approve revision of the operational directives. We will review this matter in more detail under item 9, which will conclude the global reflection process first initiated by the 12th session of the committee in 2017 and generously supported by the government of Japan. Another important reform has been that of the periodic reporting system, and as detailed in the working document, we have already seen some promising results. During the reporting period, the submission rate among state parties in the first 2 reporting regions showed a marked improvement of 87.5% for Latin America and the Caribbean and 95.4% for Europe. This is an extremely positive development, which points to the success of this reform to strengthen the monitoring of the implementation of the Convention at all levels. The implementation of the reformed periodic reporting system was already greatly facilitated by the Convention's Global Capacity Building Programme, which is in its 11th year of implementation and continues to grow and evolve according to stakeholders' needs. Capacity building for periodic reporting was generously supported by our partners, including Category 2 Centre under the auspices of UNESCO. Allow me to mention here that at this point in time, we are still looking for support to allow the Secretariat to implement the capacity building process for periodic reporting for and in Africa. You may recall that African countries are the next to undertake the periodic reporting exercise in 2024, so support is much needed and welcome. With the COVID-19 context, the program acquired valuable experience in online learning. We are building on the lesson learned in the strategic reorientation of the program that is currently ongoing to incorporate delivery approaches that combine in-person, hybrid, and fully online modalities, whilst building an interactive learning platform. One example is the first massive open online course of MOOC on intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. I invite you all to discover and experience the MOOC this week at the exhibition in the foyer. This MOOC was developed by UNESCO in collaboration with the International Information of Networking Center in Asia and the Pacific under the auspices of UNESCO and the SDG Academy. This course and exhibition were produced with the generous support of the Cultural Heritage Administration of the Republic of Korea. Allow me to play a short video to give you a sense of what awaits you in the exhibition. It will only take 40 seconds.
Hello, my name is Tim Curtis, and I'm the Secretary of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. And welcome to this first UNESCO Massive Open online course.
Hello, my name is Cristina Amezcua Chavez, and I am a researcher at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. By taking this course, you will gain a better understanding of intangible cultural heritage and its relations with sustainable development, while exploring examples and experiences of communities from around the world.
This course brings together lead thinkers and facilitators in the field from around the world.
That was only a preview, so you can see it after. In the past 2 years, the Global Capacity Building Programme has further broadened its thematic area of expertise into new areas, such as intangible cultural heritage and disaster risk reduction. A new approach was developed and is now under implementation in 5 small island and developing states, bringing together the cultural practitioners, policymakers, and disaster risk reduction specialists. With the strong demand for capacity building from all parts of the world, I am furthermore pleased to announce that the Secretariat is launching an open call to expand the global network of facilitators, a resource which has been key to the success of the program over the years.
Information on how to apply will be posted on the Secretariat's website.
The second funding priority under the 2003 Convention, the Programme for Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage in Formal and Non-Formal Education, has similarly made significant gains in the past 2 years. It was launched in 2018, and since then we've seen this programme advance with projects and activities now implemented in more than 50 countries. The iOS evaluation noted its achievements in enhancing awareness of and respect for living heritage among youth and the wider community. The programme is based on close collaboration with the education sector, and it's going to be crucial for strengthening this intersectoral work as we scale up the programme for greater impact. The Secretariat continues to address the challenges of sustainable development, promoting integrative approaches that appreciate the role of culture, including intangible cultural heritage, for sustainable and resilient societies. And in this regard, I'm pleased to report that the Secretariat will be expanding its work into emerging thematic areas, where the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage can make a particularly valuable contribution. These areas are climate change, urban contexts and commercialization, and the connection between urban context and commercialization, I should say. And we'll be continuing to report to the governing bodies on the development of this work. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the highlights of our work over the last 2 years, which also demonstrate the ever-evolving nature of the Convention, nearly 20 years after it first came into force. An important evaluation was undertaken last year by UNESCO's iOS on the relevance and effectiveness of UNESCO's action in the framework of the 2003 Convention. And this evaluation found that as the second youngest UNESCO Culture Convention, the 2003 Convention has been one of the most successful, especially because it succeeded in raising awareness of the distinct nature and importance of living heritage. However, at the same time, it also shows that the Convention risks becoming a victim of its own success, with increasing demands from the rising number of statutory requests, putting an increasing strain on the Secretariat. And in this regard, the evaluation makes a recommendation to establish priorities for the use of the limited resources of the 2003 Convention Secretariat. So as we stand currently, it's time to take stock of its achievements so far and reflect, therefore, on its priorities going forward, so that it may continue to grow and respond to the needs of its member states and stakeholders for the effective safeguarding of living heritage worldwide.
Noteworthy achievement of this reporting period. The Secretariat organized 20 statutory meetings for the General Assembly, the Committee, the Bureau, and the Evaluation Body. Launched a consultation among 200 experts, held 3 expert meetings with 34 participants and 3 sessions of open-ended intergovernmental meetings with participation of 97 countries in total to propose adjustment to the listing mechanism. Implemented the first regional cycle of periodic reporting in 2 regions. We received and analyzed 28 reports in Latin America, and 42 reports out of the 44 expected from the Europe region. Trained 78 national focal points for periodic reporting across 2 regions. Treated 34 international assistance requests, of which 16 were approved during the biennium. Adopted operational principles and modalities for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies. Strengthened collaboration with the ICH NGO Forum, and processed 46 new accreditation requests, provided capacity building support to 162 member states, including 33 in Africa and 30 in seats. Trained 83 members of the facilitators network, of which more than half were women. Engaged 140 universities in networking activities for intangible cultural heritage across 4 regions. Launched a clearinghouse for knowledge sharing on intangible cultural heritage and education. I believe this provides a snapshot of the extent and scope of the Secretariat's work in the past 2 years and all that it has achieved in the evolving context of COVID-19 pandemic. Further details are provided in the report, and I welcome, after the launch, any questions you may have to the Secretariat. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. ADG and Mr. Cortez, for that very insightful presentation. We open now the floor to discussion.
We go to lunch. And then
Okay. We go to lunch first, and then we discuss this. Yeah. No objection.
Kalau ke sebelah sana jauh, jalan sedikit. Kalau macam saya balik nih kondisi. Kalau di luar ini sana ada. Cari oke. Mana saja. Sebabnya apa namanya nih? Sekarang dia yang keluarin tuh.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons commencer. On va vous demander de prendre vos places. Merci.
Kindly take your seats.
S'ils ont un compte en dollars, c'est quoi le problème?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We welcome you back to the afternoon session of our first day of the General Assembly. This morning, we advanced well according to the provisional timetable, covering items from 1 up to adopting the draft decision of item 5 on the report by the committee to the General Assembly. We had even gone ahead of schedule and opened the item 6 on the report by the Secretariat on its activities. We shall continue the examination of item 6 this afternoon, followed by item 7 on the accreditation of NGOs and 11 on the election of committee members. I believe we have finished the morning session with a presentation of the ADG for item 6, and I will now open the floor for debate. Are there any states that wish to take the floor? Would you like me to read them out, or
No, let me put it there. Azerbaijan.
Okay.
See them. Austria, Malaysia, Armenia, Latvia, Colombia, Cyprus,
Malaysia,
China, Mexico,
Mongolia,
if you allow me, I will read the names. Okay, so I have. Can you? I have Estonia, Lithuania, Japan, Finland, France, Italy, Netherlands, Palestine, Austria, Azerbaijan, Malaysia, Armenia, Latvia, Colombia, Cyprus, China, Mexico, Mongolia, Norway, Sweden, Slovakia, Czechia, Switzerland, Brazil, Philippines, Kenya, Grenada, Finland. No, Finland was. Netherlands also, Palestine also, Ethiopia. Philippines is okay, Armenia is okay, Japan is okay, Colombia, they are okay, Cyprus are okay, China is okay. Peru? Where? Egypt, sorry. Poland. Mali, you said? Mali. Okay, I have also, to be sure, Kenya, Grenada, Ethiopia, Egypt, UAE, Poland, and Peru. Okay.
Okay, shall we start? I call on Estonia and Latvia to start our discussions, our interventions. Estonia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Estonia would like to thank the Secretariat for the detailed overview of the wide array of activities that the Committee and the Secretariat have undertaken during the reporting period in order to support states in the implementation of the Convention. The past 2 years have been characterized not only by COVID-19 pandemic, but also by successful global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention and the first results of the ambitious periodic reporting reform. Estonia would also like to highlight the valuable work done in capacity building and the initiatives in new thematic fields, such as ICH and climate change, economic dimensions, and living heritage in urban contexts. The new tool, Dive into Living Heritage and Sustainable Development, and the first massive online open course, MOOC, on ICH and sustainable development have successfully demonstrated the wide-ranging interlinkages between living heritage and sustainable development. The report also clearly shows that the statutory demands are on the rise, but the Secretariat's budget and staffing situation has not been growing. As pointed out by the recent IOS evaluation, under these circumstances, the Secretariat is unable to adequately respond to all requests. This led to the IOS recommendation to establish priorities for the use of the limited resources of the 2003 Convention Secretariat. It is up to the states parties now to guide the Secretariat on where the priorities lie. Estonia participated in the open-ended intergovernmental working group on the global reflection on the listing mechanisms under the able leadership of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan. We have seen how much time, negotiations, and considerations are behind the proposals that are now presented to the General Assembly for adoption as revisions to the operational guidelines. These are sound and constructive proposals, and we hope they will be adopted in their entirety. The periodic reporting reform has demonstrated a great submission rate of reports. We believe that one of the secrets of success has been the comprehensive online training course offered by the Secretariat, allowing the focal points to foster very strong peer-to-peer exchanges and learning among themselves. On the other hand, the reporting form in its current state is quite challenging and the process extremely time-consuming. In order to facilitate meaningful engagement of practitioners, the language used in the form needs to be less bureaucratic and less abstract. Therefore, the form would benefit from revisions for the next reporting cycle. We believe that this would strengthen the real impact of this process in terms of safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. We see further potential in strengthening engagement with partners such as accredited NGOs, UNESCO chairs, and Category 2 centers. These partners do important work in contributing to the Secretariat's capacity building program, in research and safeguarding projects on the ground, as well as in periodic reporting. The IOS report also found that these partners are currently underutilized and their work is not sufficiently visible. We should continue reflection on how we can strengthen collaboration with these important partners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Estonia, and we invite Latvia to take the floor.
I'm sorry, I think it was Lithuania next.
I'm sorry. My bad. Lithuania, please take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Tout d'abord,
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we wish to warmly thank the Secretariat for the excellent work on the governing bodies and all the communication that has been conducted during the period under review. The work of the open-ended intergovernmental working group was intended to develop the overall analysis on the inscription mechanisms on the list of the Convention. This was extremely important work and was only possible due to the effort, professionalism, full support of the Secretariat, without forgetting, of course, the generous support from the government of Japan. The Secretariat successfully undertook many actions in favor of member states, which took part in 2 cycles of reform on the periodic reporting, including online training, which has significantly increased the rate of submission of reports, which is extremely good. Lithuania last year submitted its 3rd report. It was the Lithuania ratified in 2004, and we must confess that the report required a great deal of efforts and resources. In fact, perhaps at times this was excessive at national level. We feel that some matters pertaining to forms should be considered as declarative or informal, and the evaluation of data versus indicators is somewhat subjective. We feel that the form on the reports and the questions raised in the form could be simplified in future, and consideration of this would be useful. The second point we would like to draw your attention to is on terminology, and in particular the use of the expression focal points. Now, we usually encounter this term in other conventions, whereas neither the text itself of the 2003 Convention nor the operational guidelines refer to this. This has only appeared in recent years. There is some uncertainty as to the use of the term if we see it in inverted commas in the working document. So we need to be more precise about the terms used in the scope of the Convention, what exactly we mean by these terms, and this could be set out in the operational guidelines. We particularly emphasize the importance of the World UNESCO Conference on Cultural Policy and Sustainable Development, which will be held in September, and includes heritage and creativity in times of crisis. We hope that the know-how, the resources of the Secretariat of the Convention and the Living Heritage entity will be involved in the implementation of this very important event, because the safeguarding of intangible ICH is an important issue. Now, as this is not reflected, in fact, in the Secretariat's report, we would be very grateful for some brief general information from the Secretariat on its contribution to the establishment of the program for the Mondial Culte program. The quality of the preparatory work done by the Secretariat is impressive. We commend the Secretariat for all the work that has been done during this period, and seeking synergies with other culture conventions. by including ICH in formal and informal education would be relevant, as well as including living heritage in sustainable heritage. We commend the draft resolution, and we wish to thank the Secretariat for the very significant amount of work which we hope will continue. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Lithuania. And now we go to Japan, followed by Finland. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, congratulations for your election as Chair. And secondly, Japan would like to commend the Secretariat and the Committee for its work during the period of 2020 and 2022. Well, we welcome Angola and Somalia as new members of the Convention. It is really moving to think of a fact that next year, 2023, will mark the 20th anniversary of this important convention. During these 20 years, the Intangible Heritage Convention has developed into a very tangible, very visible convention, now embracing 180 members. This is, in fact, a great achievement. Madam Chair, we believe that capacity building is very important for the protection of intangible cultural heritage, and I would like to thank the Secretariat for its efforts in this area, utilizing various means. Japan also appreciates the cross-sectoral collaboration with the education sector to promote intangible culture in formal and non-formal education, as well as its efforts on intangible cultural heritage and climate change, another important topic for our country. Japan has been supporting the Intergovernmental Open-Ended Working Group for the global reflection of the listing mechanism, and it was my great personal honor to chair the meeting. With your kind cooperation, the working group was able to produce the results for your consideration of this General Assembly. Japan will complete its term of office as a member of the committee at this General Assembly, maybe today, to be precise, but will continue to be actively involved in the ICH committee and is looking forward to fruitful discussions at this General Assembly. And also all the best wishes for the future members to be elected tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, and we invite Finland to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Finland would like to thank the Secretariat for the organization of this meeting, and also both the Secretariat and the committee for the good work they've done in the recent years, despite the challenging circumstances. At the same time, we have been learning new ways of working together, mainly online. The Secretariat reacted quickly to the pandemic and has been able to introduce digital tools and new ways of working that will enhance our work also in the future. These new possibilities can make the world smaller and help to boost the implementation of the Convention in many levels. We thank for this extensive report, which truly shows the versatile and far-reaching work the Secretariat is doing. We want to highlight the important role the Secretariat plays in supporting the implementation of the Convention. Especially we want to thank on the work with the periodic reporting. The impressive results and rates of submission close to 90% clearly shows that the new system of periodic reporting is functioning. For us focal points, the work has been extensive and challenging, but also rewarding in many ways. It helps the state parties to better understand the demands of the Convention and the actions that are necessary for safeguarding ICH effectively in our countries. The training related to the periodic reporting organized successfully even in the times of pandemic has brought focal points of the Convention closer to one another. One proof of this is the European Network of Focal Points for the 2003 Convention, established last year by the initiative of Italy and Finland, and now connecting colleagues throughout Europe. Another thing we'd like to stress here is the work done on thematic initiatives, highlighting the contributions of living heritage to sustainable development. This work is urgent, and we all need to act on it now. Agenda 2030 and the building of a sustainable future should be at the core of all of our efforts. For this, the Member States need tools, guidance and good practices. We look curiously for hearing more about the concept notes being prepared by the Secretariat on climate change, economic dimensions and urban context, and also look forward on the more information on the plans regarding Mondia Cult. We also thank for the work with the massive online course focusing on sustainability. Finland is keen to learn more and also share its own experience. At the moment, we are working on the 3-year project LIVINT, Creative and Living Cultural Heritage as a resource for the Northern Dimension region, bringing together 9 countries in the Nordic Dimension region. The results will be shared globally with colleagues. Furthermore, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for its work on communications and outreach. One common goal for the state parties in our region in 2023 is to highlight the European Heritage Day's theme year, Living Heritage, by the Council of Europe. This is one concrete way to lift up ICH on the European agendas and create synergies. Lastly, we would like to use this chance to highlight the role of and the efforts by the accredited NGOs and the ICH NGO Forum to support the implementation of the Convention. We very much welcome the ongoing reflection on this role they can participate in the mechanisms of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, and we call on France to take the floor.
Merci. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your election, and our congratulations also to all of the newly elected members of the Bureau. This is the first time we're taking the floor before this 9th General Assembly, so we just wanted to mention that. France thanks the Secretariat for this thorough report about the 2020-2021 biennium and its activities, and we thank the committee that submitted the previous reports. France places great importance on the 2003 Convention. This can be seen this year through its voluntary contribution of €100,000 to the Convention. The in-house governmental services, particularly in the Ministry of Culture, are very strong. We have an archaeological and intangible cultural heritage monument, and this is in constant touch with the French Committee for Heritage here at UNESCO, and they share experience about living heritage. Through this committee, it means, for example, implementing France's policy when it comes to ethnological and immaterial or intangible heritage. Moreover, the safeguarding of heritage is of growing importance in our national priorities. You can see this in the Senate's recent report in May 2021 on this very subject. The report really gave us a snapshot of where we're at with the implementation of the 2003 Convention in France, and there are 25 proposals contained therein, which will be followed up by the Ministry of Culture whenever it falls under its remit. Another example of our commitment to ICH in our country can be seen in the project being run by the UNESCO chair called ICH and Sustainable Development. This is an inventory of intangible cultural heritage of Ukrainian refugees in France. In other words, looking at the effects of the emergency situation and the displacement of persons and how this affects heritage and its functions. Finally, we'd like to echo the previous speakers when it comes to expressing our appreciation and our appraisal of the complex language of the report formats. We had already raised this in December last at the committee meeting and just wanted to reiterate it. Thank you. Thank you, France.
To the next speaker, Italy, we'd like to pause her a bit to give the Secretariat time to respond to matters raised by previous speakers in their interventions. Mr. ADG, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Para poder responder
Just to offer a response to what we heard from Estonia, Lithuania, Japan, Finland and France, first of all, on behalf of the Secretariat, allow me to thank you for your kind words of congratulations concerning the work undertaken, particularly given the difficulties that everybody faced over the last 2 years. We had to adapt to very different realities, as did all of you, and that why it was so pleasing to continue the work, particularly as concerns capacity building, and to switch into virtual mode in a coordinated way. Thank you very much for your input in that. Now, as concerns the issues, Rafe, particularly as concerns the form, yes, indeed, in December at the committee this issue was raised. We do share your concerns, and we do think that the ICH Convention has now reached a level of maturity that should enable us to use more simple, more straightforward language than what we've currently seen. And I think in future versions going forward, you will see that happen. As concerns the issue that was raised by Finland, more specifically, about these new thematic areas, these emerging thematic areas, climate change, etc. Yes, you'll have access to that. It's in the initial phase now, but I think it's important that these reflections are also moving forward hand in hand with other activities, with the other culture conventions such as World Heritage, but also in more cross-cutting ways across, for example, when it comes to climate change. Obviously, we're working hand in hand with the science sector. As concerns Mondiacult, I think it's important to bear in mind to remember that 4 years ago, when we were looking at this new modalities within the culture sector, we kind of wanted to see each of these entities, which has its overarching umbrella entity, but we also wanted them to be able to wear another hat, and that is public policy. And each head of entity needs to be able to take part in all of the meetings concerning public cultural policies in their countries. For example, when it comes to heritage, intangible heritage, cultural identities, etc., they're all taking part in the cultural policy agenda. But when it comes to the Mondiacult 2022 conference, the priority of the agenda is not actually the Secretariat. The Secretariat has a supporting role as a member, but it's really up to the regional consultations that took place to really address the major thematic areas that are going to be showcased at Mondiacult and be reflected in the final declaration. So, when it comes to the cross-cutting work, it's basically the way that we normally like to work here in UNESCO. We like to have each director of entity to have an active, proactive role in all of these cross-cutting issues, and therefore be able to provide input there too, which, as you know, can only enrich our discussions on culture. And finally, the UNESCO chair and the Category 2 UNESCO centres, and I've been hearing for the last 4 years, not only in this forum but in other areas as well, we've been told time and again that we need to work more closely with these entities that are under the auspices of UNESCO, and we share your observations that IOS has put forward this recommendation from its evaluation about the importance of prioritising. And we know that in this convention and in other conventions, we're going to have to change the approach or the way in which we work, particularly with the Category 2 centres and UNESCO chairs. And currently, work is being done on this, and I think the 2003 convention is just one example of how we're going to have to change the way that we work together. And you should be hearing more about this as we go. But we're not trying to take it out specifically from the heritage context, but rather get greater input and to enrich our discussions. So thank you again for all of your comments. Over this last year, we really weren't wasting any time. And given the ambience that I feel here in the room, I think that it's been a very intense period of work. Yes, it's been very successful up to now, but we've got a lot more to do. And so it's very, very satisfying to hear that so many of you have been pleased with the results. Thank you. Thank you, ADG.
Speakers list. Italy, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We first of all would like to congratulate you on your election. I just wanted to take this opportunity to ensure that you are sure of our unwavering support and extend that assurance to all other members around the room. I just wanted to underscore a couple of comments since we didn't take the floor this morning, and some of them have already been mentioned by other delegates. Firstly, we think that ICH is a key factor for cultural diversity, and being aware of one's identity and heritage is important for intercultural dialogue and well-being. Sometimes we do realize this in times of crisis. The period that we've just come through has been extremely unique. And as has already been said, UNESCO has done so much to remain active and effective in the difficulties that we've all been facing. And given the challenges we're facing with the conflicts in several countries and the pandemic, the 2003 convention, I think, stood out as a beacon of hope and strength. And Italy would like to echo what was said this morning by other delegations concerning the recent inscription of bush cooking on the list, and we want to express our support to Ukraine in the face of the armed invasion that it is experiencing. And in these difficult moments, we hope that their heritage will be protected. We thank the Secretariat also for having identified some of the points that we think are really important for the future implementation of the 2003 Convention. The reform of the periodic reporting mechanism and the involvement of civil society, capacity building, strengthening links between living heritage and sustainable development, the role of education and the role of youth. In this context, we think that it's very important that thought be given on the new inscription, the inscription process, and the extraordinary session with its comments on the revision of texts. We're also delighted to be able to echo those who took the floor before us, particularly Finland, concerning the European Network of Focal Points, which is the first focal point network under the 2003 Convention for Group 1 and 2 countries, which brings together, and here we are meeting for the first time in person. We feel that this can only be positive for the implementation of the convention by fostering dialogue, and we hope that this initiative can actually serve as a source of inspiration for other groups as well. We want to thank Finland very, very much for their joint sponsorship of this initiative. Thank you.
To Italy, and now the next speakers will be Netherlands, followed by Palestine. We start first with the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the excellent report and making sure the continuity of all the functions within the framework of the Convention. The Netherlands has always advocated new thematic initiatives, and we are looking forward to several of the relevant new thematic initiatives, such as heritage in urban context and intangible heritage and climate change. We applaud the capacity building project safeguarding living heritage during emergencies in small island development states, which can yield important lessons for the Caribbean parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. As the IOC evaluation points out, it is necessary to prioritize the use of the limited resources of the Secretariat. The Netherlands has always stressed the importance of capacity building rather than focusing to the lists, which we see as an important means to safeguarding intangible heritage, but not as a goal in itself. We are very pleased with the toolkit on international assistance mechanisms. We are wondering how the Secretariat will bring this toolkit to the attention of the numerous communities and relevant organizations for whom this can be a useful tool. The decrease in the number of requests for this important instrument is worrisome. To conclude, the Netherlands supports the Secretariat with the follow-up on the important recommendations of the IOC evaluation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Netherlands. And now Palestine has the floor.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. اسمحي لي أولا
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me, first of all, Madam Chair, to congratulate you on your election. And I hope that you know that you can rely on the support by the other elected members of the Bureau. I should also like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat, not only for the report that they have submitted to us that we've just heard introduced, but also for all of their endeavors over the last period. And thank you very much to all of those who did submit their periodic reports.
Convention with me has prepared an intervention focusing especially on emergency cases, including occupation, which is the case of Palestine, as you know. But I think at this stage we need to discuss what is included in the report of the Secretariat and what we have as comments to the Secretariat. And in this regard, I would like to link two issues in the report regarding the activities, the operational activities and the synergies and the thematic things. And namely, I'm talking about the capacity building that has been raised in different interventions and the workshops that the Secretariat did, and we commend the Secretariat for this work. But my suggestion, in order to enhance the synergies between the cultural conventions of UNESCO, it would be, I think, very important and very efficient to invite focal points of other cultural conventions when the Secretariat organizes regional workshops, for example, for the periodic reporting, as has been done in the last period mentioned in the report in Africa and in the Arab world and in Latin America. So this suggestion is already implemented by other conventions, namely 54, Second Protocol, and 1970. When they hold workshops, they invite and they convey all stakeholders in these conventions. So my suggestion is to make it more large and include all other cultural conventions. This is the first point. Second thing, I would like to thank the chair of the open-ended working group for the listing mechanism and the working group itself for the work they provided. During the discussions, and I know that there is still discussions going on regarding criterion 2. So I have a question. We know that the Secretariat worked hard to simplify the nomination form, which has been done successfully. I think that maybe, meanwhile, because the reflection is still going on regarding this criterion, maybe the Secretariat could enhance the form again and simplify the questions relating to this criterion. And finally, last but not least, Madam Chair, I have a concrete and operational, let's say, suggestion. You can notice that almost all the interventions this morning, after item 5, which was the report of the committee on its activities, the interventions at the beginning were connected and related to the item under discussions. And afterwards, it looks like a national statement. It was national statements, actually. So my suggestion is that to include an item on the agenda regularly entitled national statements. Some colleagues said, well, in that case, all state parties will take the floor and we will need one more day, one extra day to finish this item. No, we can get inspired by what happens in the General Conference. If there are so many requests for speeches, in that case, the time could be limited to 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, it depends. So, with this again, Madam Chair, أود أن أشكرك ثانية وأن أشكر السكرتارية لجهدها الدؤوب والمتواصل ونؤكد دعمنا الكامل لك ولأعضاء المكتب وكذلك للسكرتارية. شكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Palestine. And now we go to Austria, followed by Azerbaijan. You have the floor, Austria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, please let me join the many delegations before me in congratulating you to your election as a chair of this Assembly. We would like to thank the Secretariat for their dedicated work and excellent preparation of this meeting under these still very extraordinary circumstances. We appreciate the quality of the Secretariat's work and recognize the high workload. As we have just heard before lunch break, really a lot has happened in spite of the difficult COVID-19 situation. The Secretariat has ensured sound governance, including all statutory mechanisms and key operational initiatives at any time. The 2003 Convention has achieved nearly universal ratification, and we welcome Angola and Somalia as our newest members. We can be proud at the eve of the 20th anniversary because since its ratification, the Convention has evolved immensely and will do so in the future. Austria continues to be deeply committed to the values and principles of the Convention. Among the most prominent milestones of the past 2 years were the reform of the reporting system and the global reflection on the listing mechanisms. The success of the new reporting system is clearly reflected in the highest submission rate ever. The Latin America and Caribbean region, as well as Europe, have undergone comprehensive training courses and taken all efforts for reports of highest quality. What we might reconsider is if the quality can be equally ensured with less elaborated procedures and less comprehensive questions to facilitate the work for both the state parties as well as the Secretariat. Some countries, like Estonia and Lithuania, have referred to it just before. As regards the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, we have to thank the Japanese government for excellent and very efficient coordination of this process. The topics discussed were crucial since they touched upon the core functions of our Convention. According to Article 1, the purposes are safeguarding ICH, ensure respect for ICH, raise awareness and provide for international cooperation and assistance. For us, the listing mechanisms are one tool to safeguard ICH at the international level. Most important are implementation activities like capacity building, ongoing thematic initiatives like sustainable development, for instance with regard to climate change or in urban contexts, or response to emergency situations, among others. Once again, please let us compliment the Secretariat for the excellent work and wish Tim Curtis a speedy recovery. We are looking forward to interesting and inspiring discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. And now the floor is yours, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Madam President. Azerbaijan would like to commend the efforts of the Secretariat over the past 2 years, despite the multiple challenges, most notably due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. In this context, we welcome the support to the functioning of the core mechanisms of the Convention's governing bodies, operational activities and programs, as well as the adjustments made to the statutory and operational activities in response to the pandemic. Our delegation also welcomes the measures undertaken by the Secretariat in strengthening synergies between the 2003 Convention and other UNESCO cultural conventions, and notably with the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict and its 2 protocols. We believe this work should be continued and strengthened in the next 2 years. Azerbaijan takes note with satisfaction efficient work of the Secretariat in implementing 2 periodic reporting cycles in the regions of Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe in the context of the reformed periodic reporting mechanism. This work needs to be continued as other regions, Arab states, Africa and Asia and the Pacific embark on the periodic reporting exercise. Azerbaijan wishes to highlight the implementation of the program in the field of intangible cultural heritage and education. We would call upon greater synergies and collaboration with specific programs of the UNESCO education sector, such as technical and vocational education and training education for sustainable development and education in emergencies. Our delegation is willing to know, in this context, if training support could also be operationalized in such areas as intangible cultural heritage and climate change, as well as commercialization and intangible cultural heritage in urban contexts, which represent a growing challenge that needs to be addressed. Finally, Azerbaijan reiterates the value of strengthening the role and place of intangible cultural heritage in cultural policies and invites the Secretariat to further reflect on possible ways in supporting Member States the integration of intangible cultural heritage in sustainable development programs and policies, especially given the ongoing preparations of the Mondial Conference. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Our next speakers are Malaysia, followed by Armenia. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia appreciates the dedication and the enormous efforts undertaken by the Secretariat during the challenging times of the pandemic. Despite the difficult time for the past 2 years, the work undertaken by the Secretariat is commendable and much appreciated. The debates during the open-ended working group under the able leadership of Ambassador of Japan, whereby Malaysia participated had paved the way for a better understanding and clarity in dealing with arising issues under the Convention. In this regard, Malaysia welcomes the approved operational principles and modalities for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage during emergencies. Malaysia is revising the mechanisms to adopt and adapt the operational principles and modalities. The reform of the periodic reporting, which is a new system of reporting, facilitates greatly state parties, and we hope that we shall see more submission in the future. The online reporting will allow and enable state parties to better share their activities and achievements held in the different regions, as the Convention itself has now gained greater traction. Despite the limited resources under the sector, Malaysia hopes that priority could be given for the effort of strengthening capacity building programs, outreach programs and development plans focusing on the effects of climate change among state parties across the regions. We are also hopeful of the ongoing global reflection on the listing mechanisms and look forward for the positive outcome of the reflection process, which will be discussed under item 9 of the agenda. This will indeed be another milestone of the listing mechanism under the 2003 Convention once endorsed. Finally, Malaysia wishes to highlight the need to enhance the collaboration of UNESCO Category 2 Centre under this sector across regions in promoting the programs and activities under the Convention. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Malaysia. And now it's Armenia's turn to take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The delegation of Armenia would like to thank the Secretariat for the support and for having fulfilled its mandate in this difficult period of the COVID-19 pandemic, and for having borne in mind the importance of the 2003 Convention. Our delegation would like to express its appreciation concerning the overall the global reflection on the listing mechanisms and the way that it has recourse to its experts. As concerns the reporting mechanism, we do see that the reform has borne fruits, particularly as concerns the submission rates. We also commend the Secretariat's involvement in the reform process, particularly when it comes to the nomination files. As concerns the involvement of NGOs, our delegation has always considered NGOs' role, and particularly the accredited roles in the implementation of the convention as being of great importance, and we welcome their role, particularly with the way that accredited NGOs can play an advisory or consultative role to the committee. When it comes to safeguarding ICH in emergency situations, we welcome the initiatives undertaken in this regard by the Secretariat, particularly as concerns the synergies with other cultural conventions. I already had the opportunity to say this morning how cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, can be very vulnerable in crisis situations, and particularly the Upper Karabakh region in Armenia with its ICH is in fact very vulnerable. This is well known. The Armenian peoples are now facing expulsion from this region when in autumn 2020 hostilities started against them in the region. The social, cultural and economic threats weighing on the intangible cultural heritage are great. And contrarily to what was said, they are the victims of having their heritage destroyed. And it's not by chance if today the Azerbaijani authorities are still refusing free access to those sites by UNESCO's experts, and they are also blocking the technical missions that UNESCO needs to carry out in the region. In other words, it really is all of Armenia's ICH in that region that is currently in jeopardy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Armenia. And now we're going to make our little pause to give the Secretariat the chance to answer some of the questions or matters raised in the interventions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks. I would like to thank all delegates who have taken the floor until now to give us such encouragement. Our team, our back office, is furiously taking notes because your feedback is extremely important to us. I would also like to thank on behalf of my chief, the Secretary Tim Curtis, for the kind words you have offered. He is actually following this meeting and then would be back very soon, I'm sure. In the meantime, he also thank you very much for the feedback. There have been many comments on periodic reporting, and building on the ADG's reply, I would also like to add that indeed it is normal to have such big and important feedback, particularly from the European region and Latin American regions, because these two regions have come through the exercise the first time. And the reason why the forms may appear very strict, rather cumbersome, technical, it's because in the first instance, the exercise has been very, very strictly and closely aligned to the overall results framework that has so many numbers of assessment factors and indicators and so on. That was our starting point, to be very fidel and respectful of this, what we consider a very innovative, forward-looking monitoring tool that would allow us to measure the impact of the implementation of the convention at different levels. Now that two regions have gone through the periodic reporting exercise the first time, obviously we will be learning from this experience, trying to make it user-friendly, disseminate the analysis to different regions, enhance our capacity approach, and so on and so forth. Please count on us. Also in that respect, I wish to bring in some clarification about the term focal point. We are using the word focal point in the sense, quite strictly again, for periodic reporting purposes. And perhaps there we have to make a little distinction with the terminology of a general nature, like national points of contact that we see in our sister convention, 2005 convention, that has such terminology in their fundamental text. We do not for the time being. But for us, it has been very useful to be able to work with national focal points. And for that reason, we appreciate very much the initiative of some European countries, if I'm not mistaken, that of Finland and Italy, that have created and supported the network of country focal points on periodic reporting. There have also been a little appreciation and concerns about the international assistance issues, and as you will see in the side events that the team has prepared a toolkit. We have given the side event, the information meeting in all regions, and we will be approaching national commissions for further distribution, and we encourage very much all eligible states parties to make use of this mechanism that is available under our convention. There was also a question from the distinguished delegation of Palestine, I think, about the criterion R2 in particular, but in fact, the global reflection on the listing mechanism, which we will be hopefully concluding under the item 9 tomorrow. The conclusion of the committee was to maintain all criteria for the urgent safeguarding list and the representative list, and with the exception of one criterion for the register of good practices, most of the criteria maintained, but with a request to simplify the application thereof to make it more understandable, particularly for the communities and so on. And Secretariat will be starting that exercise after this session of the General Assembly, so that the new form, hopefully simplified and much easier to use, will be made available later this year, early next year, for the cycle of 2024. Also, we had a question from Azerbaijan about the possibility of undertaking training for the areas of thematic initiatives. Of course, that is something that we would very much like to be able to do so, pending funding possibilities. But in the first instance, our focus is to get our approach right, because these are new areas, ICH and climate adaptations, ICH and commercializations, ICH and in urban context, as we did for the operational principles and modalities for ICH safeguarding in emergency context. We will be working with experts, open-ended working group, and so on, to be able to understand what are the issues and what could be the pertinent approaches before being able to provide training on these issues. So more to come in this area. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Fumiko-san. And we proceed with our speakers list. Next speakers are Latvia, followed by Colombia. Latvia, you have the floor.
Latvia would like to express its full support to the work of the Secretariat, and mainly for prioritizing the workload and ensuring the quality work and the attention paid for the process of implementation of the Convention. Similarly to Estonia, we particularly welcome the capacity building support provided by the Secretariat. Firstly, we would like to highlight the diligent and effective support to accompany national reporting. Latvia sees that reporting mechanisms are crucial in a truly sustainable and reflective safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, including maintenance of inscribed elements. Secondly, the massive online open course of living heritage and sustainable development was an inspiring example for fruitful partnership with UNESCO chairs active in this field. Latvia would also wish to express our support to the active involvement of UNESCO chairs not only in the massive online open courses, but in the implementation of the Convention and recognizing the need to raise visibility of their contribution to education and research on intangible cultural heritage safeguarding. We also hope that raising visibility of the work of UNESCO chairs would contribute to enlarging their network to all regional groups. To conclude, Latvia believes that the capacity building strategy of UNESCO is of exceptional importance, and it has an impact on the activity of state parties for elaborating national policies for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Latvia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The delegation of Colombia, first of all, would like to thank the Secretariat for this very full report presenting the activities of the last 2 years with all the challenges, but which have strengthened the governance of the Convention and have brought close together communities around the world. In addition to what was said by my colleagues, and in particular regarding the open-ended working group, which set out recommendations on the mechanism for inscription, and I would like to commend Ambassador Oike for the excellent conduct of the work. There were also the platform tools for the various communities involved, and the platform enabling the exchange of experience really was crowned with, met with the great success during the pandemic. This enabled us to share experience very easily in order to adapt the ICH safeguarding methods. In Colombia, all participants are extremely grateful for having been able to connect to the platform, for having been able to engage in discussions through the platform. And we hope that this model will, in future, enable us to continue to engage in dialogue on best practices, and this will enable us to advance further on the work of the working group. Regarding emergency situations and the link with ICH safeguarding, I think we need to be far closer to the stakeholders in order to share their experience. I think we can establish channels through which we could become better acquainted with the context for safeguarding. And this would facilitate implementation of Article 15 of the Convention for shared decision-making with the bearers. We need to better understand the resilience of the communities and their capacity to understand safeguarding strategies, and to ensure that the policies implemented by the member states and actors are better supported and understood by local players. And this can only improve mutual understanding which has emerged during the pandemic. And finally, we would like to know how we, the states parties, could better promote these good initiatives which are set out in the report. I'm referring in particular to the MOOC. We'd like to know more about the MOOC. For example, we'd like to know how many people took part in the MOOC mechanism. How can we ensure that it is better known? How can we improve the forms for request for international assistance? And I think there'll be a parallel side event on this tomorrow. And this also displays that there are possibilities for establishing a link between the conventions in the culture sector. And these are synergies on which we wish to continue working. Thank you very much.
Is Cyprus, followed by China. Cyprus, the floor is yours.
First, we would like to congratulate you, Madam Chair, on your election, as well as the members of the Bureau. We wish you success in your work. Regarding the report, we commend the Secretariat for the activities implemented despite the challenges posed by the pandemic to the entire ecosystem of living heritage. From our perspective, the reform of the periodic report mechanism, the capacity building initiatives, The global reflection on the listing mechanisms and strengthening synergies between living heritage, education, and sustainable development are all essential steps towards the right direction for the implementation of the Convention that already turns 20 years old. Cyprus organized last year an online capacity building workshop with the Category 2 Center in Sofia and UNESCO ICH facilitators, thus exploiting the potential of synergies among different stakeholders at national, regional, and international level. Drawing from this experience, we would like to highlight the importance of empowering communities to develop their own safeguarding plans for living heritage with respect to ethical principles and sustainable development. On this occasion, we would like to commend the Secretariat for the various useful tools developed for the Convention and which we have used extensively in our workshop. Also, from our involvement in the program Teaching and Learning with Living Heritage, implemented in close collaboration with the UNESCO Associated Schools Network, we would like to reiterate that there is a huge potential for awareness raising through education and generally through intersectoral collaboration. The projects implemented have increased awareness for living heritage and motivated our schools to develop partnerships and explore innovative ways to interact with bearers and communities even beyond the duration of the program. Finally, we're looking forward to seeing in the next years the results of the holistic approach to living heritage safeguarding and sustainable development initiated by the Secretariat. We hope that the anniversary of the Convention in 2023 will provide an opportunity to identify synergies and further explore innovative ways of safeguarding and living with intangible heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cyprus. We invite China to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First of all, congratulations on your election as the chairperson of this session of the Assembly. We would also like to congratulate other members of the Bureau and the rapporteur. And we believe that under the able leadership of the chairperson and the Bureau, the session will be crowned with success. China is very happy to see that the impact of the Convention is increasing and we have more and more state parties. China welcomes Angola and Somalia to become the member of our big family. China appreciates the ADG culture and the Secretariat's efforts over the past 2 years to respond to the impact of COVID-19. By taking several remedial actions and adapting working modalities, including providing administrative, logistical, and substantive support, the Secretariat and the ADG culture ensured the continuity of the work of the governing bodies and the statutory mechanisms. In particular, it has facilitated the global reflection on the listing mechanism, which has made important phased progress. We highly commend ADG culture and the Secretariat. They have done important work and made achievements in priority operational areas of the Convention, including remarkable progress made in supporting 16 projects through international assistance mechanism and capacity-building interventions in 162 countries, including 33 from Africa and 30 seats. China encourages and supports the Secretariat in meeting the new demands, exploring and testing in various thematic areas, including safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and education, the contribution of living heritage to sustainable development, and safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in urban contexts. China is ready to provide our utmost support to the Secretariat with its work. And we hope that the Secretariat will give full play to all the important cultural conventions. In the field of education, integrating and consolidating all the educational resources, including digital resources, so as to educate new generations and foster them with the spirit of safeguarding and protecting our ICH. Thank you.
Mexico, followed by Mongolia. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Since we're taking the floor for the first time, first of all, I would like to congratulate you on your election, and we would also like to congratulate all the members of the Bureau who will be assisting you in your duties. Regarding the report submitted by the Secretariat, first of all, we would like to thank the Secretariat for its work, in particular during at the height of the pandemic, as was emphasized by the ADG Culture. We also commend the online training. This is a wholly appropriate tool. It's easy to use, and we greatly appreciate the involvement of all the specialists who have taken part, like Madame Mestraf of the Autonomous University of Mexico. We commend all the progress that has been made by the open-ended working group, the intergovernmental group, as part of the global analysis of inscription mechanisms on the list of the 2003 Convention. Regarding the presentation made on periodic reporting, this was a significant challenge for the member states, in particular due to the restrictive health safety measures, the closure of universities, and the consultative mechanisms. This made it more difficult to implement the ICH safeguarding mechanism. However, Mexico will continue to fulfill its obligations under the convention vis-à-vis the bearer communities of our country and to preserve the living heritage.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First of all, Mongolia wishes to congratulate you on your election as chairperson of the 9th session of the General Assembly of the States Parties of the 2003 Convention, and also the elected members of the Bureau. I wish to warmly thank the Secretariat for all its hard work over the past 2 years. In particular, Mongolia wishes to commend the excellent work done regarding the implementation of the reform of the periodic reporting mechanism, which has significantly improved the submission rate, the overall analysis of the inscription mechanism, and the introduction of capacity-building measures in Africa, as well as the SIDS. We wish to commend the consultative process that has been implemented over the past 2 years in order to improve implementation of the Convention at all levels, in particular the overall analysis of the inscription mechanisms, which has led to technical adjustments to the Convention. Mongolia endorses the proposed amendments to operational guidelines and wishes to thank all the member states who contributed through their hard work to take the process forward to the current stage. In particular, we wish to congratulate the Ambassador of Japan, Mr. Oike, for his support to the OEWG and the active participation of all the member states. Furthermore, Mongolia commends the significant progress and the synergies between the culture conventions of UNESCO and the implementation of projects and initiatives in this field. As a country implementing innovative projects in education and culture, Mongolia wishes to share its experience and contribute to the Center for exchange of information on living heritage and the efforts of the Secretariat through our own initiatives and projects.
Appreciates the progress made in making synergy between the UNESCO's cultural conventions and the implementation of the projects and initiatives in this field. As a country harnessing innovative projects in the education and culture sectors, Mongolia would like to share our experiences and contribute to the clearing house on living heritage and education developed by the Secretariat through our own initiative projects. In addition, Mongolia would like to thank the Secretariat for their close cooperation to implement the project on folk long song performance technique of limb performances, which was funded by the ICH Fund. Despite many challenges due to the pandemic, this project is fully implemented by this year and contributed to the viability of this important living human heritage.
Mongolia also commends the Secretariat on the various platforms with online training on sustainable development and living heritage in partnership with the Republic of Korea. Mongolia wishes the Secretariat to continue its work and that it should associate higher education institutes in order for them to use the UNESCO chairs, the UniTwin network. I should also note that the government of Mongolia places great importance on cultural heritage and has launched a process in order to improve the legal environment, which has led to the submission of an amendment to the law on safeguarding the cultural and intangible heritage to the Mongolian Parliament. The working group has already begun to consult on the best practices of countries which have great experience in this field. Thank you very much, and we wish you a productive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mongolia. Next speakers, Norway and Sweden, are invited to take the floor. Norway first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me to start by commending the excellent work of the Secretariat and the Committee. The last few years and the pandemic have been very challenging. UNESCO has risen to the challenge in an unprecedented situation. This is a testament not only to the importance of the Convention, but also to the dedication of the Secretariat and the governing bodies. Norway welcomes the increased number of nominations to the Register of Best Safeguarding Practices. The register addresses the very core of the Convention, but remains an underutilized resource. A better balance between the listing mechanisms is to be hoped for. We welcome the substantial increase in submission rates for periodic reporting. Norway took part in the periodic reporting cycle of 2021 and found that the process led to new insights and to a more comprehensive overview. At the same time, reporting remains time-consuming and demands considerable levels of administrative resources. There is still a potential for simplification and a potential for an increased sharing of information between different UN agencies. The financial situation of the organization and the resources of the Secretariat remain a cause for concern. We welcome the evaluation carried out by the Internal Oversight Service and its recommendations. As states parties to the Convention, we should limit the number of demands placed on the Secretariat. We thank all stakeholders involved in the global reflection process in the listing mechanisms. This deals with questions that are key to the continued viability and sustainability of the Convention. Norway reaffirms its strong commitment to a continued focus on capacity development and to a rights-based multi-stakeholder approach to the implementation of the Convention. The role of indigenous peoples is of particular importance. Norway places a continued high emphasis on this, also in the national implementation of the Convention. Norway holds this year's chairmanship of the Nordic Council of Ministers and has taken the initiative to a Nordic conference on the intangible cultural heritage of the Sami indigenous people. This is being done in close cooperation with the Sami Parliament. In addition, we highlight the continued importance of UNESCO's work with heritage in emergencies. Finally, we underscore the importance of the Convention's links with the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as striving for increased synergies with the other cultural conventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway, and Sweden has the floor now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your election. We welcome Angola and Somalia and would like to thank Sri Lanka and Jamaica for hosting the recent committee meetings in a successful manner, although we regret not being able to visit your beautiful countries. We also wish Tim a swift recovery. Sweden would like to thank the Secretariat for this elaborate, excellent and well-presented report, and for the important results achieved. The Secretariat's activities are cornerstones for the implementation of the Convention on a national as well as an international level. We have all seen how the living heritage entity has met all kinds of challenges these years. The recent pandemic, the extensive work of the reflection of the listing mechanisms, as well as extraordinary requests. We thank you for your great work in these trying times. And as we can see under this and other upcoming items, the Secretariat's work has been carried out under limited resources. It is therefore important to make priorities and that those who are able to contribute with voluntary resources in order to strengthen the implementation of the Convention. Just a few words on the NGOs. We are happy to see how the work within the NGO Forum has developed within several important areas. The work undertaken is completely in line with the core of the Convention, and we thank them for this. The question of how to promote NGO participation in the implementation is an important issue for the future of this Convention, and Sweden is looking forward to further discuss that question during the reflection for a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention, a process that Sweden is pleased to finance. Hjärtligt tack, thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. And now I call on Slovakia to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations. Welcome the detailed report by the Secretariat, as well the activities undertaken under the still very challenging circumstances due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Appreciate the activities of all sectors: governance, capacity building, education, communication, and outreach. Especially appreciate the support of the Secretariat given the evaluation body, more specifically the development of the new online monitoring interface, which proved to be useful and continues to be used as part of the working methods of the evaluation body. Particularly welcome capacity building and digital activities aiming to safeguard intangible cultural heritage in formal and informal education. Slovakia took part in these activities for a webinar co-organized with your Czech colleagues on education and living heritage, teaching and learning with living heritage in October last year. In the context of the present bloody army conflict in Ukraine, we would like to underscore how important the role of the international community is to help fleeing people in the communities to safeguard these traditions and living heritage. We are proud that we are part of the UNESCO project whose objective is to identify community-based needs for living heritage of communities, groups and individuals from Ukraine displaced in Slovakia. All participated countries have pointed that the cultural patterns are activity in times of crisis and become a reservoir of resilience strategies. Last but not least, we would like to thank Secretariat for the intense and very useful online education for the purpose and preparing of the periodical report. Special online education during the pandemic time paradoxically brought up closer to many colleagues, and we were able to share our know-how more intensively. The preparation of a periodical report through our electronic tool helped to create a comprehensive picture of the status and challenges of the implementation of the convention within the country, and the results are now being used for setting the intersectoral policy for sustainable development of the intangible cultural heritage at the national level. Thank you much for your attention.
Thank you, Slovakia. And now, Czech Republic, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your election. We have every confidence that you will have a successful stewardship of our work, and welcome to all of the Secretariat members who are here in the room. A pleasure to see you in person again. And also a warm welcome to Angola and Somalia, the newest members of our convention. Our delegation would also like to thank the Secretariat for its excellent report. Yet again, we're impressed by the quantity and quality of work undertaken since the start of 2020, and this in a context of a growing workload and all the difficulties they're facing. We think that the global reflection on the listing mechanisms has been prepared and implemented very successfully, and it's a major step forward in the implementation of our convention. Our delegation also welcomes the new improved system for periodic reporting, and we've already seen the improved submission rates as proof that this system is working. We also welcome the work done looking into the breadth of stakeholders involved, and we think that all of this is going to mean more successful implementation of the convention, better and cultural policies going forward. At the same time, I think we can acknowledge that the form for nominations is rather complex, and perhaps the reporting forms are very complex. Maybe the forms could be simplified going forward. We also see that there is that after the pandemic, there's been a change in the number of requests for AI, and we would like to see to thank the Secretariat for all of its work, but we did want to underscore that that their ongoing efforts have been so useful for the successful implementation of the 2003 convention and for recognition of ICH, and that is why the safeguarding living heritage in emergency situations, I think, is such an important initiative, and it's rather commendable that we've been able to reach such results despite the human and financial resource constraints being faced. And it would be a major shortcoming if this convention were not able to meet its potential because of such constraints, and that is why we need to make sure that we do provide the financial contributions to the extent possible and the human resources to the Secretariat so that they can fulfill their mandate fully in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Czech Republic.
Speakers are Switzerland followed by Brazil. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, first of all, enable me, please, to congratulate you on your election. It's the first time that my delegation is taking the floor. Switzerland would like to thank the Secretariat for its rich and detailed report, which reflects the intense activity over these last rather difficult 2 years. We also wanted to underscore the capacity for anticipation and adaptation of the Secretariat in the face of the pandemic and its crisis, and also the statutory meetings which were enabled to be continued thanks to their fleet-footedness. We also want to commend the excellent work done by the Secretariat, both in terms of the content and the quality of the documents and on the management of information online. Switzerland commends the thematic areas and reflection, and in particular we'd like to underscore the project concerning ICH and sustainable development, the living heritage in emergency situations and how to safeguard it, and also living heritage and sustainable development. We want to encourage continuing searches for synergies with other cultural conventions because we feel that this is an opportunity to deal with cross-cutting issues such as heritage in danger or the effects of climate change on heritage. It is vital that we do provide the Secretariat with the financial wherewithal in order to fulfill its mandate as in the framework of our convention. That is why the reflection on the listing mechanisms and the periodic reporting system should be able to modify the workload favorably for the Secretariat. It's up to us not to overburden them by giving them too much to do. It's rather better that we can increase their resources and ensure that we can prioritize the way such resources are used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. And now the floor belongs to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brazil would like to address its special compliments to the 2003 Secretariat for its invaluable response to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, summarized in the report Living Heritage in the Face of COVID-19. I echo the perceptions of the cultural heritage professionals as well as social groups and communities concerning intangible cultural elements in these times of resilience. Especially in the last 2 years, the cultural field suffered strong socio-economic impacts, and safeguarding actions had to adapt in different ways to respond to the demands and challenges of the new normal post-COVID-19. In this context, more than ever, the relationship between safeguarding and sustainability should be stressed, recognizing the role of the traditional, communitarian, and local knowledge and practices as means to ensure life viability and the cultural diversity of humanity. In this regard, I would like to point out that one of our initiatives in Brazil, called Cultural Heritage #@home, maintains a close connection with the results of the Secretariat's report. The idea was to support our cultural actors with equipment and skills so that they can use technology to keep their expressions, knowledge, and celebrations alive. This was also a way to keep alive the economic chain of local communities, largely affected by the decline of tourism worldwide. Madam Chair, The Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage has reached the age of maturity and in very good health. Even the difficulties faced were the indirect results of that success, as in the first negotiations that gave rise to this convention, in which we are proud to have played an active part. The most optimistic of delegates couldn't foresee such an exponential growth and such a great interest. In this sense, another subject we would like to highlight in the report is the synergies with other cultural conventions. The recent discussion on the so-called memory sites is one good example. The distinction between material and intangible heritage is less and less effective. We appreciate the information that 2003 Secretariat is exploring transversal policies with the Secretariats of other conventions, and you can count on Brazil to contribute with good practices on this regard. Our Institute of National Historical and Artistic Heritage has 84 years of history. It means a long experience in all areas of cultural and historical heritage, which we continue to share in the cultural forums of UNESCO and that interacts with the life of the conventions. Madam Chair, considering the impact of climate change for the safeguarding of living heritage mentioned by the Secretariat, I would like to point out that there is already a working group dealing with the issue under the 1972 Convention, so that we can benefit from some of the reflections to be aroused in that forum. We believe that there is a lot that UNESCO can contribute to the international debate on this issue, provided that we always keep in mind the established principles of common but differentiation responsibilities. In our reflections, exercises on cultural conventions, the search for new balances, both geographical and thematic, has been a major objective for Brazil. Regarding the 2003 Convention, it means, among other things, the strengthening of the register of good safeguarding practices. We are certain that many more initiatives around the world should receive this recognition, serving not only as an exemplary cases of safeguarding, but also as models of cultural sustainability and the relations between safeguarding and sustainable development. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, Brazil will continue to contribute to the universality of our convention, so that the exchange of experience between the communities and the member states can increase, and so that the geographical imbalances of the elements inscribed on the lists can be reduced. We are confident that the wide-ranging discussions carried through in the different areas of this convention will lead us to the right decisions, and we look forward to share with you your dedication and experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. And the next speakers in our list are the Philippines, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines acknowledges with appreciation the crucial role of the Secretariat and its commendable work in implementing the capacity-building strategies and exploring intersectoral nexus in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage during the pandemic. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude as the Philippines gains significantly and meaningfully from such efforts. These include the pilot joint capacity-building project on ICH and disaster risk reduction, a capacity-building training of UNESCO piloted in the Philippines and in Honduras, where a module on ICH in emergencies were developed with the generous support of Switzerland to the ICH Fund. In this project, The local cultural communities were able to collaborate on knowledge sharing and awareness raising and to strengthen their capacities to develop plans and policies for the institutionalization of ICH disaster risk reduction management. At the international level, this joint initiative paved the way for productive collaboration among UNESCO regional offices and countries that benefit from knowledge and best practices sharing. The role of the regional office as well as the Category 2 centers cannot be underemphasized in making the work successful in reaching and engaging the grassroots. We look forward to the continuation and replication of effective initiatives implemented and facilitated by the Secretariat in full support and for the benefit of state parties for long-term assurances of safeguarding the humanity's diverse living heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. And now we call on Kenya to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving Kenya the floor. And since Kenya is speaking for the first time, allow us to congratulate you on your election as the President of the 9th session of the General Assembly of State Parties to the 2003 Convention, as well as the Vice Chair and the rapporteurs elected for this session. Kenya congratulates and welcomes Somalia and Angola for joining the international community in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage through effective ratification of the 2003 Convention. We believe that through collaboration and partnership, we shall achieve more regarding the safeguarding of cultural heritage of our people. Madam President, Kenya has been and continues to be an active patron of the 2003 Convention as evidenced in its nomination and subsequent inscription of 4 elements in the list of elements in need of urgent safeguarding, inventory making and its management, and its effort to raise awareness of its cultural heritage. Kenya wishes to thank UNESCO for the generous international assistance so far received that has been utilized in the project supporting the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage of communities. Kenya also notes with appreciation and congratulates the Secretariat for its work in steering the implementation of the Convention during the period under review, noting that the period was characterized by a global pandemic. Kenya appreciates the Secretariat in launching the online living heritage experience in the context of COVID-19 pandemic with the aim of collecting experiences from communities on the impact of the pandemic on their living heritage and the role it could play in helping communities cope with the crisis. Kenya has indeed benefited enormously from the experiences shared and has since been able to assist communities to adapt to a more sustainable and inclusive path to recovery from the pandemic. On governance of the Convention, Kenya wishes to applaud the effort of the Secretariat in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies and the introduction of a dialogue process between the evaluation body and submitting state as part of the evaluation process, which has since inscribed the highest number of multinational elements to 14. It is a testimony of the ability of the living heritage to bring people together and promote international cooperation demonstrated by the inclusion of an element from Haiti on an exceptional fast-track basis following the natural disaster that struck the country. This is indeed a move in the right direction as the world seeks to safeguard all its intangible cultural heritage and in solidarity with the people of Haiti. Finally, Madam President, Kenya welcomes all the reforms and transformations that have significantly strengthened the organization's support to member states, partners, and communities. We note that the development of the Convention is a positive sign for the increased awareness of intangible cultural heritage in different arenas and translate into an increased demand for UNESCO support to state party. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Next on our list of speakers are Grenada and Ethiopia. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation would like to thank the Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ottoni, for his report and commend the Secretariat for assuring the continuation of its work despite the difficulties of the COVID-19 pandemic. We commend the Secretariat for its continued support to national safeguarding efforts through international assistance mechanism, with particular attention to Africa and small island developing states, SIDS. Considering the trend of receiving less requests for international assistance this year, which is likely linked to the pandemic, we commend the Secretariat for focusing on identifying the challenges encountered by states and communities in the preparation of their requests. We appreciate the preparation by the Secretariat of a toolkit on the international assistance mechanism, which should help states and communities. Madam Chair, we value the capacity building interventions in 162 countries, including in Africa and small islands developing states, which both need special attention. And we encourage the Secretariat to continue its effort in this area, including comprehensive online training course for the periodic reporting to accompany national reporting efforts and further improve the submission rate. In addition, for SIDS parties, climate change is an area of urgent concern, including for the safeguarding of living heritage, and we look forward for enhanced attention in this domain. Drawing on the lessons learned with online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, we appreciate the Secretariat initiative for a strategic reorientation of capacity building to include multimodal delivery approaches to broaden access and delivery, notably by using new technologies and the use of the first massive online open course, MOOC, developed on intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. These procedures could and should be further developed, and we support possible cooperation with the CI sector in this regard. Hence, we encourage the cooperation of the ICH Secretariat with other program sectors of UNESCO and the possible linkages with other conventions while keeping their own specificities, including the 1972 World Heritage Convention, where concrete operational projects could be implemented in the field, for instance, by promoting living heritage and cultural tourism in World Heritage properties or inventorying intangible cultural heritage in urban contexts. We also appreciate the continuous collaboration with Category 2 centers, UNESCO chairs, NGOs, and universities, and invite the Secretariat to strengthen these partnerships. Finally, we commend the Secretariat for having contributed to the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the Convention, providing pertinent support to the open-ended intergovernmental working group, and we look forward for the consideration of the working group's outcomes later during this General Assembly. I thank you.
Thank you, Grenada. Before proceeding to the next speakers, I would like to ask for a 10-minute technical break. We have 7 more speakers to go. Thank you.
Belgium? Belgium, yes. You can see. If until the end of tonight?
No, no. I just want to go to the ladies' room.
Please, don't.
Oh.
Yes. We're gonna start. Please take a seat. Tú también. What country was the one? You have it?
The next speakers in our list are Ethiopia, followed by Egypt. Ethiopia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We also join the other delegations in thanking the Secretariat for a very good report and also for ensuring the continuity of the work related to the Convention during the COVID period, which was challenging to all of us, and we extend our appreciation. The report is fairly comprehensive on governance, on the implementation of operational priorities, on capacity building, as well as on the communication and outreach activities. On the governance, we highly appreciate the work being done under the stewardship of the Ambassador of Japan on the open-ended working group on the listing mechanisms. We support the work being done to simplify the criteria and to facilitate inscription, especially if this leads to make the list more inclusive and representative. We also extend our appreciation regarding the international assistance mechanisms with focus on Africa. 8 new projects in Africa have been initiated during the period of activity covered. On capacity building, we appreciate our gratitude to the support given to Africa, in particular 33 African countries, the approach of online learning, demand-based approach, and the development of a clearinghouse where knowledge sharing, cooperation, and innovation is made possible. Having said that, at the end of the day, what counts is the inscriptions and the preservation of these intangible cultural heritage. In terms of inscriptions, we don't see anything in the report regarding the geographic balance. The annex of the report, I believe it's page 10, talks about new inscriptions, 62 nominations submitted rather. 62 nominations were submitted in 2020, 74 files in 2021, and 59 during the current 2022 cycle. It doesn't state how many inscriptions there were, and more importantly for us, how many were inscribed, for example, from Africa. We would like to have a clear indication of the baseline we're starting with, so that we, at the end of the day, work towards changing the picture of the inscription, the actual inscriptions. Secondly, while commending the work on capacity building, we see in page 12 that 4 regional training of trainer workshops were conducted, but we don't see any mention of Africa. Maybe it's slight, or have they been conducted? And if they have not been conducted, we would wish to know, of course, why. Generally, while satisfied with the activities undertaken under various difficult period, we are very much concerned on the balance of the inscriptions and the fact that Africa continues to lag behind and what is intended to rectify this state of affairs. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Excuse me. Now Egypt has the floor.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. يرحب وفد مصر.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My delegation commends the full report of the Secretariat on its activities over the past 2 years, notwithstanding the pandemic. We commend all the initiatives and reports in the report, and in particular the efforts on Africa and the SIDS. Furthermore, we note with satisfaction the initiative by the United Arab Emirates regarding the establishment of periodic reports. We must continue to support the Arab and African countries for the implementation and for a fair representation of all regions. My delegation also commends the work, the joint efforts with other culture conventions, and in particular the 1974 Convention. It is important that this work be continued because it's important to inscribe elements of the ICH in order to strengthen the implementation of both conventions, taking into account the specific features of each of them. We must also continue to support the efforts of member states seeking to put intangible cultural heritage at the core of general policy. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. Now, United Arab Emirates has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor, and congratulations on your election. You can count on the UAE's support. The UAE extends its gratitude to the Secretariat for its efforts in ensuring the continuity of the work related to the 2003 Convention during the COVID-19 pandemic. The UAE has worked closely with UNESCO on multiple occasions to strengthen capacity building and intangible cultural heritage at the national level in the UAE and the international level through the funding of capacity building initiatives in the service of many countries. The UAE will continue its efforts and commitment to capacity building as it relates to the 2003 Convention, both at the national and international levels. We're happy that the agreement between the UAE and UNESCO to establish the Category 2 Center in the field of intangible cultural heritage in the Arab states has been signed last year in Sharjah. And this initiative has already led to the hosting of regional capacity building events in Sharjah with the participation of Arab states. Furthermore, the UAE's partnership with UNESCO in the Revive the Spirit of Mosul initiative has a focus on capacity building. We're proud to report that the programs began and have trained many Moslawis. Dear colleagues, the UAE closely follows developments and discourse on the listing mechanisms. We look forward to a path forward satisfactory for all. The UAE also appreciates UNESCO's efforts on the commercialization of intangible cultural heritage and the safeguarding of living heritage in urban contexts. We look forward to the guidelines and recommendations to be delivered by the Secretariat. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot has been said, so I'll be very brief. Poland wishes to thank the Secretariat for the dedicated work for the implementation of the 2003 Convention and for a very detailed and comprehensive report presented to this meeting. During the last years, we faced many challenges. Therefore, we welcome the published report in face of COVID-19, presenting a set of recommendations highlighting the way in which living heritage practice and transmissions was disrupted by the pandemic. During the period of the reforms and deeper reflection on the Convention mechanisms, we are aware that it is crucial to provide the most professional assistance. That is why we would like to thank the Secretariat for a great cooperation and its efforts to assist Member States during the process of the global reflection of the listing mechanism, periodic reporting reform, and the dialogue process. We are looking forward to taking part in the thematic discussion on ICH protection and to contribute to the holistic approach to heritage safeguarding and sustainable development. This indeed demands from us a further reflection on the approach towards climate change issues, commercialization, and ICH in urban contexts. Last but not least, we wish to note that the creation of the thematic pages dedicated to the living heritage in emergency situations and living heritage and education was very timely and needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Poland. And now we have Peru as next speaker. Peru, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, congratulations on your election. We wish you every success in your stewardship, and the same goes for the newly elected Bureau. We welcome Angola and Somalia to the family of the 2003 Convention, and we want to thank ADG Otone, and we wish a speedy recovery to Tim Curtis. We commend the Secretariat for its excellent report on the work and activities over this last reporting period of 2 years. The Secretariat is a key stakeholder for the implementation of the Convention and for achieving the best possible results, given our multiple objectives. Peru also would like to thank Ambassador Oike from Japan for his leadership in when it came to this open-ended intergovernmental working group on the global reflection on the listing mechanisms. And we really do hope that this will make a contribution to smooth running of the convention and its reporting and its listing in the future. We also want to note the 3 different ICH elements that we have had in Peru on the list, and in 2005 we saw the first intangible cultural heritage center set up in the framework of this convention. For us, it's been an honor to be able to host this Category 2 Center because recently it was recognized as one of the best practices or good practices, and we had an external assessment under the auspices of UNESCO with very, very favorable outcomes. There are 18 countries in Latin America that are providing their input into this category center, and the Technical Secretariat has therefore been able to make great progress in the implementation of the convention. For example, some of the multinational projects concerning the safeguarding of ICH of Guatemala in Bolivia, Guatemala, Chile, and Peru. The same goes for some projects in Central America and across the region. Now, all of these achievements have been possible thanks to these initiatives, and Peru is delighted to see that this center looks like a robust system for implementing ICH and its convention in coming years. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We too would like to congratulate you on your election, and we wish you every success in your role as chair. Our thanks to the Secretariat for the report that has been tabled. We think that it covers a lot of important issues concerning the overall running of this convention, which has a major responsibility when it comes to managing living heritage, which I think is a complement to built heritage. And so it's important to keep working on these issues. For example, when it comes to capacity building, which is one of the key issues that was addressed here, alongside the other emerging thematic areas, we think that this has been of great importance for the Latin American region, and we really hope that that this work can continue. And thanks to the efforts of the Secretariat, we saw that the cooperation efforts and the assistance efforts have also increased. This has been of great importance for SIDS, given the complexities that they are facing, and how hard it is for them to instigate some of these cooperation projects. We just wanted to say that the objectives of the convention have actually been, I think, highlighted in the COVID-19 pandemic and the other threats that and difficulties being faced, such as migrations and conflict. And I think it's more important than ever for this convention and its organs and all of its processes to be supported by the international community to make sure that the bearers and practitioners of these elements do have the wherewithal to safeguard the elements going forward. We just wanted to commend all the efforts that have been done to mitigate climate change on heritage, particularly for SIDS, and we see that they are disproportionately affected by such natural disasters. We think that it's important to keep boosting the underdeveloped nations so that they can strengthen their wherewithal. A lot more can be done to build on the leverage of Category 2 centres and UNESCO chairs. I think that in the culture sector, a really important initiative was a brochure talking about the UNESCO chairs. And these are important tools if we're going to assist member states and their bearers to actually improve their capacities. We think it could serve as a guide for ICH strategies if we do want it to be consolidated going forward. And in the Cuban report, one of the experiences that we had was with the creation of 3 different university papers that can actually be taken by students in tertiary institutions on heritage. And we're currently looking at creating yet another paper in this regard. And we'll be working hand in hand with the convention, with the reporting mechanism, with the Secretariat to make sure that this can continue to be a convention that is most up to date, most modern, and one of the most universal. And we also think that the holistic approach to safeguarding heritage and the cross-cutting issues that are being given attention, I think, can only make our convention stronger. So thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. And now we have come to the last 2 speakers in our list, Cameroon and Hungary. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you for giving us the floor. Delegation of Cameroon wishes once again to congratulate
élection comme président de la 9e session de l'Assemblée générale des
of the states parties to the 2003 convention. We also wish to commend the members of the Bureau and the rapporteur on their election. Cameroon wishes to thank the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention, the ADG Culture, for their excellent work and their dedication during the pandemic which has struck the whole world. and which was marked by a great deal of doubt and uncertainty. They have displayed resilience, which enabled them to preserve the visibility of the intangible cultural heritage and to give hope for the future. We also commend Angola and Somalia, who, by ratifying the convention, have broadened the ICH family. We also wish to lend our full support to the report of the Secretariat on its activity over the past 2 years. New tools have been designed, such as the MOOC, which is and the tool kit, etc., in order to lend further strength to the ICH. These are very important tools for the communities, for apprenticeships, for those who are living with the ICH, and in order to reach out on our daily lives. Our attention was also focused on the thematic initiatives, which enable a contribution to shared analysis in order to better understand the ICH and to better understand potential synergies with other culture conventions. The process which is underway, well, you may depend on Cameroon. Cameroon will invest further, will remain active, and will capitalize on the experience with regard to the future of the ICH in Africa. Cameroon would like to see further possibilities for capacity building in terms of inventory, preparing the files, preparing candidacies, in order for all this to be encouraged, in order to improve the inscription rate on the various lists, including the list of emergency elements in the intangible cultural heritage, in order to bolster cooperation with universities. We wish there to be further encouragement for efforts. Efforts should be made in order to involve Africa in the dissemination of knowledge and best practices regarding ICH. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Cameroon. Hungary, you have the floor.
Hungarian delegation would like to congratulate on your election, Chairman of the General Assembly. Also, we would like to express our congratulations to all the elected members of the Bureau. Allow me to thank the Secretariat for the outstanding and successful work it has done in the last 2 years, despite the greatest challenges. The speakers before us all talked about the results. Here, I would like to highlight the great importance of the cooperation among the state parties that the Secretariat has helped and initiated during its work. We have experienced that despite all the difficulties, it is even more important to work together on the implementation of the Convention. Despite the absence of personal meetings, the new online communication provided many more opportunities for extensive cooperation. Thanks to the focal point capacity building trainings organized by the Secretariat, new networks were created which ensure contact, getting to know each other better, and sharing the good practices and experiences. Hungary also actively joined the European network of focal points, and we fulfill the requirements of the periodic report in the new mechanism. We are constantly involved in the preparation of multinational nominations. Thanks to these programs, we can involve the concerned communities, experts, institutions, and civil organizations in the active implementation of the Convention, for example, in Hungary. we believe that thanks to the successful work of the Intergovernmental Committee and the Secretariat, the visibility of the Convention and the achievement of its goals, better understanding between cultures, and broad, in-depth cooperation will be strengthened. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Hungary, Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry our delegation takes the floor again, but we wouldn't want to monopolize the time of the distinguished assembly. But yet another absurd statement from Armenia leaves me no choice but to take the floor again. As you see, Madam Chair, in our interventions, Azerbaijan has been strictly following the agenda items, and the substance of our statements are related solely to the items under consideration. When Armenian delegation has no substance to offer, they resort to politicization of issues, attempting to bring their own national agenda to the discussion platform. I don't want to repeat myself, since in my reply to Armenia earlier today, I was clear about the position of my country as regards the importance of protection of cultural and religious heritage in the territory of Azerbaijan, regardless of their origin. I was also very clear about the magnitude of the destruction caused by Armenia during almost 30 years of occupation of Azerbaijani territories. When it comes to the technical mission, Armenia is again cynically misleading the Assembly by claiming that Azerbaijan is allegedly blocking the access of UNESCO technical mission to Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. Armenia has been informed by UNESCO that Azerbaijan is engaged constructively with the Secretariat in organization of technical mission to Azerbaijan, and Armenia knows it very well. Now, if anyone wants to know the answer to the question as who has been against the visit of the mission, he or she can refer to UNESCO 2005 report, where it is clearly stated that it was Armenia who was blocking the access of the technical mission to the territories of Azerbaijan. At the end, Madam Chair, Azerbaijan, I would like to say that Azerbaijan is a multi-ethnic and multicultural country, and will always be proud of that. We have international recognition for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Our debate has come to an end, and we go to the next item in our agenda. Go to the draft resolution. Please refer to the draft resolution proposed in Working Document 6, which is on the screen. May I ask the Assembly to adopt Resolution 9.GA8 as shown on the screen? Seeing no objections, I therefore declare Resolution 9.GA8 adopted. 8 or 6? Sorry.
We go to point 11 because we will not be able to have the report, neither the point 7.
Okay. Correction, please. 6 instead of 8. Please. Mr. ADG would like to propose a reshuffling of agenda items.
No, it's not a proposal. We are looking at the hour, and as you know, we have to enter in point 11 because it's to explain how will take place the election for tomorrow. So that's why, as we will not be able to have more time today, we will start it tomorrow, as it will be discussed during the Bureau. But
the report of the NGO that we had to see today, and the point 7 on accreditation of non-governmental tomorrow morning. So we're going to start with point 11, Mr. Chairperson, Madam Chairperson, if I'm not wrong. Yes?
We now open item 11, election of the members of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. As indicated in the provisional timetable of this session, this item will be open today, but it will not be finalized until later. I now give the floor to the Secretariat to give us some information on this item. Ms. Ohinata, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. It is a pleasure to take you through the procedure. In conformity with Article 6 of the Convention, the General Assembly shall renew half of the states members of the committee every 2 years. In other words, 12 states parties will be elected to serve the committee for a term of 4 years from the date of election, that is from 2022 to 2026. Pursuant to Article 14.1 of the Rules of Procedure, 3 months before the opening of the present session of the Assembly, the Secretariat requested all states parties to indicate whether they intend to stand for election to the committee. The Secretariat then published the provisional list of candidate states on 7th of June this year, 4 weeks before the opening of the Assembly. You may find the list in the information document 11 I've set. Through this information document, the Secretariat also provided information on all compulsory and voluntary contributions to the fund. And then this information document was revised 7 times, so it carries the code Rev 7. The revisions were necessary in order to recognize new candidatures, withdrawal of candidatures, or updates on the status of compulsory and voluntary contributions. All candidate states at this election have satisfied their obligations to the fund as required by Article 26.5 of the Convention and Rule 14.2 of the Rules of Procedure. The Secretariat is pleased to confirm that the candidates are eligible to stand for the election of the members of the Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. In addition, the Secretariat is also able to confirm that the continuing members of the committee whose term of office ends in 2024 have all satisfied the requirement under Article 26.5 of the Convention as regards their compulsory or voluntary contributions. Allow me, Madam Chairperson, to introduce candidate states parties now. For electoral groups 1, 3, and 5A, the number of candidate state party or states parties correspond to the number of vacant seats. This means we have a clean slate situation for these 3 groups where all candidates will become the committee members automatically without election. For electoral groups 2, 4, and 5B, the number of candidate states parties exceeds the number of seats to be filled, and therefore voting shall be conducted by a secret ballot. Document Inf 11 Rev 7 contains the names of the candidate state parties for the election. May I see them on the screen if my colleagues can manage? Thank you very much. Group 1, Germany is the only candidate for 1 vacant seat. Group 2, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Estonia, Slovakia, Uzbekistan are candidates for 2 vacant seats. Group 3, Paraguay is the only candidate for 1 vacant seat. Group 4, Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam are candidates for 4 vacant seats. Group 5A, Angola, Burkina Faso, and Ethiopia are the only candidates for 3 vacant seats. And finally, Group 5B, Iraq and Mauritania are candidates for 1 vacant seat. As indicated in the provisional timetable, Voting will take place in room 3 and room 5 from 1 to 5 on Wednesday, 6th July, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow lunchtime in rooms 3 and 5, just outside of this room. This would allow sufficient time for the voting and the counting of ballots, as well as the possibility for a second secret ballot, if so required. Before the voting, 2 volunteers among the delegates shall be designated as tellers. The teller's presence is required during the voting period and for the counting of the ballots, which will take place immediately following the end of the voting. In order to facilitate the process, the Secretariat has identified 2 delegates who have kindly accepted to assume the role of tellers. And they are Ms. Paola Gomez Baraleta from Panama and Mr. Julius Shoboy Mwahunga from Kenya. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Fumiko. Dear members of the committee, may I first consider that the list of candidates states parties at hand as the definitive and final one. Thank you. I note that the 2 tellers have been identified. I would like to seek a confirmation that our tellers are indeed available to perform the duties. Ms. Paula Gomez Barleta from Panama.
I confirm that I am ready to perform my duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Julius Shoboy Mwahunga from Kenya.
I confirm, Madam Chair, that I'm ready to do the assigned duties. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to hear the procedure for the voting itself. Let me give the floor once again to Fumiko, please. But before that, India, you have the floor.
Excellency, good evening to you. We would like to have a clarification from the Secretariat, because what she said and what we heard, she said it would be between, during the lunchtime, the voting would be between 3 and 5. Is that what you said, or it was 1,300 hours and 1,500 hours? Can you please repeat what you said? Thank you.
Excuse me if I made a mistake. The voting hour is from 1 to 3, 13 to?
Paris time.
Paris time. Was I clear this time?
Thank you, Excellency.
Let's proceed. We need to hear the procedure for the voting itself. Let me give the floor once again to Fumiko, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the 23rd of June, the Secretariat sent out to every state party a circular message containing information regarding the election procedures for electing members of the committee. So, as previously indicated, the vote will take place in rooms 3 and 5 in the lunch break tomorrow. There'll be 2 voting booths in each room, in other words, 4 voting booths in total. Remember that there's no specific time attributed to each member state in which to cast its vote, and states parties can come and cast their vote in these designated rooms at any time during those time slots announced from 1 to 3. So in front of rooms 3 and 5, there'll be some instructions posted just to inform each member state of which voting station actually corresponds to them. And the same informations are listed on the screens here for your information. And in the rooms, the Secretariat will be distributing three ballots for the groups 2, 4, and 5. But in each state will be called to vote for these 3 electoral groups, not only for the group to which it belongs. Candidates having obtained the greatest number of votes will be declared elected for the number of seats to be decided for each electoral group. And each ballot will have the names of the states parties that are candidates for the election for the group in question and an indication of the number of seats to be filled. So you're invited to circle the name of the member state that you want to vote for, as shown on the screen here. And this means that you cannot go putting an X or underlining. No. The rules of procedure stipulates that the name has to be circled, and your tellers will be discounting any ballots that do not meet this requirement. So remember to circle the country name. Please also be careful not to circle more names than there are seats to be filled per electoral group. Otherwise, your ballot will be considered invalid, and then you have to fold over your ballot paper and put it into the envelope and then close it. Do not write anything on the envelope. And if there's an envelope that's empty, it will be considered an abstention. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And thank you again, Fumiko, for the explanation. Dear members of the committee, I would like to ask if anybody has questions. It seems that all is clear and in order. Now I would like to suspend item 11. And for the formal adoption of the draft decision, we will reopen item 11 later on in the session to officially recognize the results of the election. Before that, I shall announce the results informally in the plenary once the counting of the votes is completed. This item is suspended. I hereby reopen the session again just for a short reminder. Before we close, I would like to remind you that the Bureau will meet tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. in room 6. Thank you to the vice chairpersons from Belgium, Croatia, Venezuela, Madagascar, Syria, and Arab Republic, as well as to our rapporteur, Ms. Daniela Rodriguez Uribe, for being punctual so that we can start at the scheduled time. 9:30 a.m., room 6. Allow me also to remind delegates about the timing for voting for the election of committee members. It will take place in room 3 and room 5 from 1 to 3 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 6th of July. Signs will be posted in front of the designated rooms informing states parties of the voting booth that they should use. I will now hand the floor over to the Secretariat for some announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to inform delegates of a side event taking place this evening. The ICH NGO Forum and ICHCAT will be launching their latest publication in their Living Heritage series, Traditional Musical Instruments, Sharing Experiences from the Field. This will take place in room 6 from 6:30 to 8 p.m. this evening. Thank you so much.
Item 11 is resuspended.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for reopening the issue. One question, when and how are we going to get the voting ballots? Because some delegations are not present here and will be coming tomorrow. We would like to know how we are going to receive the ballots in this room or in the voting rooms. Thank you.
I pass that question to the Secretariat.
No, as always it has been done. It will be in front of the room 3 and 5. So they will receive it and there will be the list so that you know in what room you have to vote. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.